Video games, good times in a digital space. That's right, games more and more are part of our everyday life, and we're here to celebrate another year in gaming. And what better way to celebrate than the annual Game of the Year stream? This year, things are bigger and better than ever. We're on our way to the Drive-In Theater for the festivities. Say, if it isn't Molly and Mandy, two young ladies who really enjoy gaming. Are you ladies going to this year's Game of the Year stream? No one to go with? We'll see what we can do about that so you don't miss on the great panel this year. What do you know? It's Billy and Alex. Hey fellas, lonely on this Saturday night? Why don't you go check out that Game of the Year stream? No one to go with. A little birdie tells me Molly and Mandy are waiting on 2 invites as we speak. Looks like these two are really gaming. Really going at it. Well, let's go check on the girls and see what's happening with them. Would you look at that? Looks like Molly and Mandy are getting ready, I see. Always want to look your best for the Game of the Year stream. As they should. It's really shaping up to be a special night. We have 9 amazing categories, honorable mentions, and much more. Rest assured, these are really special days. Our panel is pretty passionate about. I think these girls are looking A+. So let's check back in with Billy and Alex and see if they're still gaming. Say boys, now that we've leveled up, I've got a new objective for you. Isn't that Molly and Mandy over there? Looks like they might want to hit the Game of the Year stream. Why don't we go say hi? Well, there you have it, folks. Why don't we all get ready for a night of fun, discussion, and maybe a few laughs? There'll be lots of games at the show, tons of surprises, and even a top games list from each member of the panel. So, join us on December 28th, 2024, for a night of sharing the games we love with our friends and loved ones. Speaking of sharing, looks like our friends are going to enjoy sharing a game now. Wow, what a gas. Go get 'em, gamers! This message brought to you by the Full Nasty and Game Jam. Games for all of us.
Oh no. Okay. Well, hello.
Well,
Hi.
indeed. Hey, there we go.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Yes, welcome one and all. Hi, I'm Wordsy. You probably haven't heard of me, and if you have, welcome back. Welcome to the annual Game of the Year stream. We would normally call it Game Jam, but this year is a little different. We have our friends from the Thalnassi here as well. So we're all going to talk about games we love. But first, let's meet everybody that we're going to be talking about games today. Returning as normal, Fiona.
Yeah, that's me. I've got many games to speak about.
Zara.
Hello, I look different this year, but that's okay. I'm talking about the same games.
That's fair. TT. I was
Hello.
so afraid. You scared the absolute shit out of me. Hello, yes, TT's also here. Just in case, B drops.
Hello? I wasn't expecting to be next.
I know. Action, Shakespeare.
Oh wow, and I'm also. We're really giving them some time. Is it just me or does this look like The Last Supper?
No, it's not. Listen, guy. Okay, so I will explain where we are in just a second. Shut up.
He wants to be Judas.
And
I was gonna say, I
where
forget
did
where
Judas
Judas is
go?
placed.
God damn it. And
He's the one whispering, right?
public opinion is also here.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Does that make P.O. Judas?
Our powers combined.
Is he the one right next to
Judas
Jesus?
and Zara. Zara is Judas.
Oh, right.
I guess
I
each of us
accept this role.
represents 2 of them.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
whoever Judas is whispering to.
What? Everybody, what? So hi. I want to
I'm like
thank.
Paul or something. I don't know.
Actually, the one whispering.
I want to thank everybody for coming with us to the drive-in.
You're welcome, Jesus.
Don't call me Jesus. I want to thank everyone for coming with me to the
Senor
drive-in.
Cristo.
Whew, okay. We brought 2 cars. We mashed them together. Everybody's sitting on the hood. We're gonna check out these. Yeah, we're gonna check out these previews before the main performance, which might relate to games we played this year. There's a couple more surprises that we always do that our friends from Polnassi might not recognize immediately, but I think you'll all be happily surprised. And why did you
mean when I
post?
bully everyone into going along with my opinion on the category?
No, that's for the end of the stream anyway. For right now, we all put together a list of games that we really cared about, based off of various categories that were mostly arbitrary, but just stuff that might be fun for us to do, and we're going to talk about those now. I think is a good route for us to begin, don't y'all? Okay, so first we are starting with our awards that each of us have given to various games that kind of mattered to us, and our first category is the best worst game that the best worst game that we played this year. That's the wrong one. I started on the last one.
There we go.
All right. So, this was a game that maybe was not the highest rated game, or maybe wasn't even our most favorite game from this year, but it was a game that still impacted us in some way. It was the best worst game that we played, and as always,
Or maybe the opposite. We're never actually quite sure.
no, I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure. This could be described as a guilty pleasure. I put it in the thing.
That makes one of us.
No, Words wrote out the descriptions for him this time.
I know.
Okay, so
Well, his first entry didn't make much sense to me.
So the best worst game for this year, and I will kick us off. For me, was Wanted Dead. It was a really weird beat 'em up horde fighter thingy, where you play as Agent Stone, who's this tall cyborg lady, and she has a katana and a pistol, and you cut up other cyborgs, and it's not Revengeance. It's very strange. It's full of lots of weird mini games that are really out of nowhere. Stephanie Justin features in it heavily. She's like a big voice actress in it, and she also filmed a cooking show for it for some reason. It was
70% off.
Oh,
yeah.
I've been meaning to get Wanted Dead for
Yeah.
a while, because I've seen a single clip of it, and it was one of the most insane things I've seen of a video game do in a long time.
It's so weird.
Forget what it was anymore, so it'll be fully fresh again once I get to play it.
I streamed it. It was a super good time. I might stream it again, but it's got a bunch of weird characters, and I don't know. It was just it was something I did for my birthday, but it was just a great experience. The gameplay is a little rough, but the actual everything happening around that is so engaging and charming that I didn't care. So yeah, no, that was my best first game. I thought it was pretty slick. Let's see. And next up, Shakes. The game of Sisyphus.
Yeah. So, I don't know if this is a guilty pleasure. I think I didn't really have much for the proper description of best worst game as listed, but I feel like in the spirit of saying something is the worst, on purpose, the game of Sisyphus is the first thing that came to mind.
Interesting.
It's that game. I don't know if you haven't seen it, raise your hand, but it is literally just about pushing the boulder up a hill that has a whole bunch of weird ass things that will send it careening down, and there's no real checkpoint system or anything. I think you might be able to turn something like that on, but at its core, there's no real checkpoint system, and you can have that shit roll all the way to the bottom of many hills. It is just a game about patience and diligence to your task and not giving up on the game.
Is it?
And I think it's really good. What's
Is
What's
made
up
by
here?
Bennett Foddy, or
No.
is it just Skimble?
So yeah, it's very like in the spirit of Bennett Foddy's, getting over it with Bennett Foddy, and also what was it, a simple game about climbing.
Oh yeah.
Those games were coming out, and Game of Sisyphus followed that. I think it held a lot more dignity than games that are similar to Bennett Foddy, because another Sisyphus game came out like this, and it's really just like, it seems all right, but God, they really leaned into having a narrator constantly talking during it. And I think that's one of Game of Sisyphus' greatest strengths, is that it doesn't have anything outside of like the stuff at the end once you get to the top. Like, it is just you and the boulder. And I think it like it might say something at the beginning, but like otherwise, yeah, it's just you and the boulder, and you just gotta contemplate that. It's great for talking and thinking.
There's a couple games like that I wanted to try this year, but this was like number 2 on the list of those games. It looked really interesting, and I want to give it a try when I get a chance.
But yeah, it's very hard. I say this as someone who actually cleared it kind of fast. It's still fucking hard.
Great. Well, was there any other thoughts you had on it?
No, that's about it.
All right. Well, this one I hadn't heard of. So, Zara, I need you to explain what Just Grill the Steak is.
So I had a different thing in the spot, but it ended up having AI assets in it, so I scrubbed it.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice. Good job.
Instead, I played this game. So in Just Grill the Steak, you grill the steak.
Mm-hmm.
You get a slab of meat and an order for a certain doneness, and you take that meat, you slap it in a searing hot pan, and then you pull it when you think it's ready. You flip it, you pull it when it's ready, and then you get points graded on how close you are to the desired doneness.
Okay.
And it looks like a game that was made in like a day. I mean, the assets are fairly high quality. Like, it looks good. The meat looks tasty. And it comes with a plate with, like, some potatoes and stuff on it. But you don't have to do anything with those. You're just grilling the steak.
Can
it
you
is...
grill the potatoes? Sorry.
No, you can't pick them up. You can unlock... it with the points you collect, you can unlock other things, like a fish or pancakes. I have not actually played with those because I enjoy the purity of the steak. But it's one of those stupid games that's like, there's one mechanic, and that is to grill the steak. But as soon as you get it on the plate and you get your grade, you're like, I can do better. And you go back and you do it again. So I think for I don't want to call it like low quality, but it's like, there's really not much to this game. I think it succeeds in exactly what it wants to do. And I enjoy it enough that I turned it into a point redeem on my channel. So that if somebody wants a steak, I will put everything I'm doing on hold and grill them a steak.
Please grill my ass a steak.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
It's pretty fun.
Sick. All right, cool. That sounds like I really wanted to know what this was, and it is what it sounds like. So perfect.
I think it costs like a few dollars on Steam if anybody is curious.
I have a few dollars, but Pio, this is a game I am familiar with. This was the Crush House as your best worst game.
Yeah, this, it got shown off in that showcase towards the beginning of the year, the indie showcase,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And I really it starts off pretty strong, I thought. It has a mystery and it's got a good aesthetic, but I really wanted to like it. I thought but it for me it just did not stick the landing, and didn't have quite enough gameplay to fill out the length of the game, even if it is still pretty short. Just by the end of it, it's kind of a lot of busy work, and then didn't quite pull it off, I thought.
I remember watching those trailers, and it like kind of did like the spooky music started, and then like they started doing like glitchy transitions and stuff like that, and I was like, oh, is there more to the game than the game? And from what I've heard, because I haven't finished playing it, there was like a landing that was not stuck. But it is a very interesting game. Yeah.
Having also played it basically all that, there's two endings, but they're sort of they're both lacking a little something.
That's fair. Let's see. Well,
Still excellent look. I would be
Yeah.
curious to see what, if the developers do another thing.
yeah, I'd like to love to see what they do next, because the visuals in this game were like really unique. I felt they're cool looking. But that was our best worst category. Now time for our worst best category. Yeah, we'll book it.
Crash Bandicoot hitting a box or something.
I'm so sorry to everyone for creating these categories like 3 years ago.
And me sticking with them because I can't.
I think I like the idea.
I did not read the descriptions this year, so I think I may have failed to adhere to the spirit.
All good. Hey, listen. So yeah, we're
I
talking about.
also didn't notice there were descriptions. I just know what these categories mean after 3 years of arguing about them.
I put the descriptions for the folks who are going to be new to our categories. So I wanted
It's
to
helpful for the folks who had been here also.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we still didn't know. They were never catalyzed until this year.
Hey, I think they made sense. And whatever. Anyway, so yeah, worst best game. So this is a good game that maybe we felt had some.
I don't
stuff.
I don't know if this is a good game, but it is a AAA game. So
I feel
that's
like
kind
that.
of
Still,
yeah.
High quality game.
Yeah.
So I waited like a full decade to play this game. I have wanted
Shouldn't have been real.
I have wanted this game for so long, and then I played the demo for like 20 minutes, and I never wanted to play it again. It wasn't
Jesus Christ.
It wasn't even that bad, but it was just lifeless. Like it felt like I was just playing a checklist for Ubisoft. I was like, this just sucks. And I like those kinds of like Ubisoft open world games. And this just felt so manufactured. And it's insane to me that they made a game. They made Assassin's Creed 4 like 10 years ago. Actually, I think it came out later than, or even earlier than that. I can't remember when it came out, but they had the perfect format. They had the perfect engine for this game. And what came out was just, what happened? I don't understand it. It's
They
mind-boggling.
changed like dev teams like multiple times, right?
I think so. I don't know.
So I did a lot of research for everybody's games that were on these lists, just in case there was like something that stood out to me. Skull and Bones stood out to me for a couple of reasons. So a lot of their development happened in a different country. I believe it was the Philippines, and they would have like project leaders and stuff go to the Philippines to kind of help run the Skull and Bones thing. This should also be noted that they had to release Skull and Bones. They could not cancel the project because of some sort of like tax credit or something that the Philippines gave them. So they were legally required to release the game. And
So fucking funny.
Like,
That
In
checks out.
AAA gaming, sub studio, like secondary studio releases game based around mechanics already developed by the main studio, is like a pretty standard thing.
Yeah.
Yes. But
The problem is that Skull and Bones doesn't have those mechanics.
it doesn't.
They strip them out.
Yeah.
Like the combat is kind of similar, but feels like they just took a whole bunch of features from Assassin's Creed 4, removed them, and was like, "Here's your game. Go be a pirate."
Singapore, yeah, it was Singapore, the Philippines, one of the two. But yeah, they shipped the game out to there, and basically Ubisoft kept sending like project leads to go. All right, you're gonna go work on Skull and Bones, which is like you're gonna go on a 6 to 9 month vacation and lead the game, and then come back.
Yeah.
And then Skull and Bones eventually fell
It's
out.
it's not a good game. It left zero impact in the gaming discourse and is now disappeared.
It did.
I don't
die
think
of
that's
death.
fair. I think it left the impact of making people like Sea of Thieves a hell of a lot better.
Probably.
Sailed off into the fog like a ghost.
And we're all better off for it.
So, my worst best game was Minecop, which was a game that I kind of just found on accident, which I think is a very good game overall. The writing and everything is, I think, really cool. The two characters we see, Minecop and Linda, are, I think, great. They're very funny together, and the little mystery that they put you in is really cool. You're trying you're trying to solve a mystery game. There are a bunch of kind of really clunky mechanics, and like I can't really fully fault the game against this because it is supposed to be a mystery, so there's probably going to be things that waste your time that you probably shouldn't be looking into. But I kind of dislike how the game presents important things that you might need to solve the mystery to you, because I don't think they are clear enough. Again, overall, I think the game is very good, very interesting, and has a very like cool interpretation of like truth, lie, and uncertainty, and how you interact with those, and having to interpret people's thoughts and things like that. I think that's incredible. But I think like getting my hands on the controller made the game. I was really enjoying seeing the game, but I wish I didn't have to touch it. Yeah, which was, I do recommend this game. Like, I think it's a good game overall, but I just be aware that like looking up some of the more esoteric stuff, or even like seeing what stuff, seeing how to use your time most effectively in your limited time in the game, it makes the game a lot less like just overall frustrating. But yeah, no, it was I think it was pretty cool, and Linda forever, she's the best.
She
I agree.
just to
Mm-hmm.
like expand on that a bit from the brief bit that I watched you play it.
Mm-hmm.
Her whole deal is that she is very tall and is your inventory.
Your inventory is in her coat. Yeah.
Yeah, she has many pockets.
I also like that she's a little mean to Minecop. I think it's pretty cool. Also, the game really doesn't pull punches on. The game doesn't pull its punches on like subject matter and stuff like that. I think it's cool, and visualization is really neat. Anyway, but that was mine. Jakes, what's about Princess Peach?
Okay. Princess Peach is a Nintendo game, and I think that I say that for better or worse.
Okay.
I think Princess Peach is like genuinely a very delightful experience playing, just like kind of front to back of like just the basic playing it.
Mm-hmm.
But doing anything more in that game is worthless.
Oh no.
Unless like outside of like maybe collecting a couple like different color schemes, but even then they give you those like really easily. But it does fancy itself like halfway to be a collectathon, but there's nothing really important waiting for you behind that. There's like, and it's mundane and it makes you do the entire level over again. There's no like quick collecting of something you missed. You have to do every level front to back if you want to get everything in a level. And that shit is paced pretty slow.
Oh
like
no.
a lot of the time. It is not a fast-paced game.
Mm-hmm.
It is just, yeah, that was annoying. It was just sort of like, it's like, this is nice, but if you want to do anything further, it's a slog.
Nah.
It's just, it's a real solid 7 out of 10 kind of game though, but and it's very cute.
I'm a big
if
fan
you
of...
see it used
Yeah.
and very cheap, buy it.
What a glowing endorsement, honestly.
Listen, Nintendo only lets you pay $60 for their games now. This shit ain't $60. I'm sorry.
Very fair. You're not off the hook yet. What's up with Tekken?
Yeah, so yes, I consolidated a lot of these. Tekken 8 is a fucking awesome fighting game. Tekken 8 is an amazing entry, and maybe has the worst online ranked mode in the world.
Oh, no.
Just a mode that is slow. Like once you play Street Fighter 6 and you go to Tekken 8, it's just like, this is so slow. This fully incentivizes just leaving. I think there's virtually no punishment for quitting a match midway. Like there's no incentivization to rematch because I think it gives you a losing streak bonus, which makes your rank go down faster.
Oh, well,
it's just a dog shit ranked mode. Like it's awful.
Losing streak bonus is wild.
The losing streak bonus is like, you just gotta like, I guess it's a great incentive to not play it. If you lose enough, you're just like, man, I'm gonna step away for a minute.
Yeah.
I had someone on my list, like someone in the local fighting game community. Like I'm their Steam friend now, and it's one of the funniest bad reviews. They left a negative review on the game. Not recommended. 895 hours played at review time. This guy is like a fucking Tekken master, and he's just like, this game has a lot of great things, except all of this, and wrote like a fucking essay. And I agree with him for the most part. There's just like a lot of little things that are very weird that like make like a certain meta like you have to fulfill.
Odd.
And I think it's still great. I think it's still an amazing Tekken game that I want to get better at. And I look forward to future things, even though the DLC list is now, I guess I'm waiting on a second DLC season for me to be excited about anything. But, maybe that's just me. I think a lot of people actually are pretty into Clive. I think he's already banned from tournaments.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun to see online.
I think people are going to be mad about Clive not being around.
The Iron Fist.
Clive of the Iron Fist. Anyways, Tekken 8 cool. Yeah. Slap this shit right on here.
Oh my god.
This is all this deserves. Pokemon TCG in a similar sense. People figured out the meta on this a little too quickly. I think the limited. I think Pokemon TCG Pocket is like really cool, in that it has, like it's like very streamlined version of the trading card game system where you have like a small deck and you only go to 3. Is neat, but immediately makes it apparent that it favors like a subset of like maybe like a few type of EX cards to build your deck around to just win fast.
Go fast, win fast, yeah.
There's not like, there's like a lot of cards that like that you could make your deck around that are like a sort of strategy, and I have one with, but like there's so many options now, especially with their new expansion. They've straight up made a one deck meta. They even like told you what the meta is when they released the cards. They're like, if you put these 2 cards in your deck, they synergize really well and are basically unbeatable once you get rolling with them.
Brutal.
So it's just like, yeah, it's just turned into use that deck or use a thing that can maybe out damage it before it does anything. And that's unfortunate for a game with its first expansion. Like, that's rough. Card games are bad, I think I've come to the conclusion too.
I started playing Pocket at the same time I re-downloaded Arena. I just wanted a card game kick. And I was struck by how much more I like a full game.
Yeah,
Like-
I want them to release a full mode.
Like, the streamlining, I think, just makes it a worse game. Arena is just Magic the Gathering, and I think it is better for that.
I hope they expand that. I hope they once like enough cards are out, that might be also the issue is that there's not a lot of cards available all told. But like I hope they go like, yeah, here's a 60 card deck mode. You know, here's classic mode. That might be better for strategy
Probably.
overall.
When you take a card game and you make it its turbo version, yeah, usually there's going to shake out a here's how to win pretty quickly. But hopefully they do release something a little more substantial for folks. And I mean, I hope that if they do release something, there is a more varied meta, because that nothing makes me not want to play a card game more than just the same thing winning all the time. But hey, TT,
Hi.
you got 2 games to talk about.
Yeah. So how about that DLC? Elden
Oh
Ring
no.
is a pretty cool game for the most part. I like it for the most part. And I think this DLC is pretty cool for the most part. But you know, I like the way it expands on the world. I like playing through most of it. But as has almost certainly been discussed previously in these Game of the Year streams, and probably spilled over into lots of other streams on this channel that weren't about the video game whatsoever. Sometimes FromSoft likes to get up their own ass about making things difficult. And in the base game of Elden Ring, one of those was Millennia. And you know, that's annoying, but whatever. Millennia is optional. And if you bring in Black Knife Tish, you can cheese her pretty easily. This time, though, that was like the final boss of the DLC. Was the
super boss.
bullshit super boss.
Yeah.
So you cannot beat it without banging your head against that thing. The second phase of which has attacks that, like the hitboxes, will literally cover your screen.
Yeah, and FromSoft has since
nerfed it since,
nerfed
but
it. Yeah,
I have just lost all momentum at this point.
that's super fair.
And like people were saying, you know, if you alter your character to use this, this, and this,
you can win.
you can do it. But like as previously discussed with the card game stuff, if I got through like the whole game playing it, you know, the way I wanted to, and like having easier parts here and tougher parts there and getting through it, I feel like I should still be able to beat the final boss without having to like completely remake into a different specific character to win.
Yeah, there was a time when that final boss of the DLC could only be beat, like it was most of the people who beat it the same exact way, and people were slowly starting to figure out other stuff that could work and one-shot builds and blah 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 blah. But yeah, no, the final boss thing was a little silly. I don't understand anybody who didn't like connect with people who were having struggles with it. That shit was really hard.
It's like the worst. There's a balance on the, you know, get good philosophy. Where some of it is, you know, you got to play the game and figure shit out and get good at it through repeated application. But like, that can't be a shield from all criticism of the thing you're fighting.
It's not.
And I think FromSoft is at its worst when it like makes stuff with the mentality of the people who act like that's valid.
Fair. And I'm gonna take Elden Ring off the screen before Fiona explodes. What's Louis?
I
Mario
was
Luigi?
good. I was
Fine.
well behaved.
It was completely fine. Anyway, this game's pretty mid.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Ouch.
That's,
Oh
that's
my god.
basically the consensus.
Like, so I like the Mario and Luigi RPGs a lot, but there's no going back to those first three. Those were just so good, and then both this series and Paper Mario kind of hit that weird slump where it's like, what if we sand a bunch of the edges off for no reason?
Yeah.
And like, this is better than that Dream Sleep themed one. And I never played Paper Jam, but I'm not going to.
Oh no.
There's a lot to like about this one, but like the visuals, those are really cool. I like the style. I like the way things look in motion. I like even the sort of like consistent little quirks displayed in the way the characters like do attacks and stuff. Like Mario's moves are always like vertical spinning, like rolling and flipping and shit, while Luigi's is always like, you know, tornado style spinning, like horizontal. And you know that comes through with the jumps and the hammers and the various super moves and whatnot. And it's not like there's not good funny bits in the writing, but there's less bite than there used to be, and there's just the characters are pretty boring that aren't like immediately important.
Oh.
And even then,
It sounds like there's just been a overall decline in quality, but the like
oh, also once my game crashed on the last phase of the final boss, and I had to start the whole thing over again.
Damn.
oh no, okay. Now that'll put that on the list for you.
That was the only time it crashed.
Final
Jesus.
boss secret attack.
Yeah.
Kills you digitally.
Yeah. Killed you in real
Oh
life.
yeah. Also, the final boss is just not like no lead up whatsoever. Just
Well.
kind of out of nowhere and like the sort of character villain that would be. There's like a specific aesthetic, I guess. YouTube object head bordering on has-been type shit.
Oh, I need to know what that is now. But I'll look that up later. To keep us trucking along here. Our next category would be games upcoming that we are excited about. Things that we are looking forward to playing in the near future. And just trying out. Zara, why do you love to suffer?
Guys, it's Pathologic, but it's the third one,
Oh.
which is actually kind of the sequel to the second one, or like
I would
it was
hope so.
going. Well, it was going to be like an expansion or DLC to the second game, but now it's a third game.
Oh,
They did a Valve apparently.
A little bit.
well, didn't
Well, let's hope they don't go all the way with.
I mean,
that.
well, that's kind of what everybody was assuming because we hadn't heard any news about this for so long, and then all of a sudden they were like, "Here, have Pathologic 3," and everyone was like, mind blown. But yeah, Pathologic 2 sucks in all the best ways. Like it's a fantastic game, but it's a trip. It is stressful and it makes you feel bad, and you're supposed to feel bad. And if Pathologic 3 can do any of that in even a small amount of it, it's gonna be fantastic. And yeah, it's also a third of the remake of the first game, maybe.
More like half, because like kind of combine the
Yeah.
Bachelor and the horror specs for Pathologic
It's
2.
Yeah, well, the third one is also a remake of the first one, kind of, but it seems like time travel is going to be a part of the third in a weird way. It's unclear how the mechanic's going to work, but I am very excited because it seems like you're going to have a lot more direct control over the town itself in the third game, which is very interesting.
But the only...
It's
Oh man.
for people who haven't experienced Pathologic or at least watched H Bomber Guy's video on it, it's kind of hard to explain. But there is something about these games that is so good and satisfying, but also just difficult.
I think Mandalore Gaming's videos also do a good job exploring that.
Yeah.
They do.
I don't know much about him. I watched Dizzy play a bit of the first one, I believe.
Yeah, it was the first one.
And
The first one includes 2's worst in the best ways stuff, but also worst in the awful ways.
Yeah.
the game feels like a nightmare in a very like literal sense. Of
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
people
the
are
part.
Yeah.
angry at you and you don't know what's going on or how to stop it.
They will throw knives at you to kill you, and you'll go, "What?"
The second one doesn't
Cool.
quite have that same feeling, but there is a very like ethereal, dreamlike feel to it. Like when you talk to people, it goes into like this close up of their face, and everything else gets blacked out behind them.
It's like
People
a...
speak in riddles. It's
I mean,
it's weird, but
It's a
in
game
all
where
the
you
best
trade
ways.
pills with children, right?
yeah.
Yes.
For bullets.
They will give you bullets and eggs,
Which are like a
delicious
pill.
eggs.
Uh,
But yeah,
Pills are
nobody
also
really
pills.
expected.
Yeah.
Nobody really expected to get Pathologic 3 anytime soon, or even get Pathologic 3 at all. So it's very exciting that it is, I think, scheduled for release even in 2025.
ooh, I'm excited to play that now.
So yeah,
Um,
should be good.
my upcoming game is Project Anomaly: Urban Supernatural Investigator. This was a game that we saw during like the showcase season in the summer months. I immediately was super into it because, as you can see, one of the main characters has a very particular way of hair and
Color scheme.
and color scheme.
Yeah, blue.
Yeah, blue.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
As I flick my blue.
That's what I fucking meant.
Anyway. So, beyond that, it is a game about like cryptids and yokai and like creatures and stuff like that, and I always find those very interesting. I did a little project once with Niall where we talked about like creatures on a microphone for a little bit, which is a good time. But this game features a lot of those, and you talk to them and have to solve little puzzles around them, and I think it is endlessly cool looking. It's like 2D that like flips around and stuff like that, and the little setting you get to go in at different times to see different monsters. I really think this game is going to be cool, and I can't wait to play it myself and just see all the cool little weird monsters that the devs are putting in this game. I am really, really excited to see a million weird little guys. And not so little guys. There's some big-ass monsters in this game.
Yashidokuro.
Yeah, there's Ducko's there. And the Mothman's there, and he's way up high. You can't reach him. Also, you can be killed by Bigfoot. It rules.
And isn't that just what we need in every video game at a certain point?
Yeah. But, hey. And also, I'm probably going to try and stream this game, but I want to go through all the little monsters with somebody and just have them tell me about them, because there's some I just didn't know about. There's like a money baby, and the money baby is a little freak. I love him. But Shanks, what's Metroid Prime 4?
It's the fourth Metroid Prime.
What?
Whoa.
You're using the old logo.
I am.
that one doesn't exist. That Metroid Prime 4 does not exist. It's
No.
purple now. What if it was purple? That's what Nintendo said.
I did
we
see
don't
the
know
purple
that the new one exists either.
They gave a date at least.
They did.
The Metroid Prime, this JPEG didn't have anything. It was just this JPEG of Metroid Prime 4.
I tried to keep the dates out of the JPEGs. I tried. Anyway,
Did it? I don't think this one had one.
there
There
was a couple different.
they were
versions
just
of
saying.
it.
They just said, "Hey, it's happening."
We're hiring.
This time
for
they were
game.
like, "Hey, we actually have footage." It's at least heavily scripted. If it is gameplay example footage, then that's great. Especially because they said, "Hey, this is coming next year." At the time, I'm excited. More Metroid Prime is really cool. I have high hopes, if only because Metroid Dread came through in most of the ways. I've talked about how, it's only a failure in my eyes in certain ways, but that's just me being nitpicky about story elements.
I like Dread enough.
Really fucking good game though. Like it's so fun to play, and Metroid Prime 4 is looking really cool. And I'm hoping this also heralds, more Metroid Prime remakes, because I would love to play those on systems that don't hurt my hands.
That's super fair.
I really fucking hate playing Metroid Prime, any of the Metroid Primes on the Wii, especially the one made for the Wii.
Well, Shakes, I don't want to hear about your hate. I want to hear about something you love.
Well, I love that. So I'm excited about it. Anyways, yes, Perfect Science Station to Station. You, me, B, and PO all got to see a little bit of this.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
So I'm hoping the excitement is somewhat shared.
It is. I got the first one to play it because we played that.
Oh, good.
The other one, yeah.
Yeah, I'm constantly. If you out there have not bought Perfect Tides, please, please buy Perfect Tides. Play it. It's so good. And Perfect Tides Station to Station is looking like phenomenal. Like it expanded upon, like, the first one is just like a pretty classic adventure game. Like Perfect Tides Station to Station is like a whole fucking thing involved, like where you're like shaping your own brain, like as you make decisions.
Rotate those
and I
cubes.
think that's sick.
It seemed cool.
And yeah, and Meredith Gran writes really, really good stories and said nice things about our stream. So, so I'm legally obligated to say, hey, Churchside Station to Station. Go wishlist that shit.
That's gonna be a gas. But speaking of gas, you know what rhymes with gas? Sorta? Mask. TT.
Mask.
TT, what's the mermaid mask and why are you excited about it?
Well, so I put this one on here because it's a fun little, victim to your own success type of story. So a few years ago, Tangle Tower came out,
Yes.
and it's a sequel to like an old Newgrounds like detective point and click game called Detective Grimoire. And this new version had very like distinct and cool art style, like you see here. It had very fun. It had like an intriguing mystery and very fun character designs and character writing and everything. And then Mermaid Mask was supposed to come out this year. But that small studio had also been working on a different game that came out this year called Crow Country.
Yeah.
And that game came out, and people liked it. People really liked it. And so suddenly, SFB Games, I believe, is the company. They found themselves putting a lot more work into the upkeep and a little bit of expansion on Crow Country and like translations and things. Crow County.
Yes.
There, yeah. Sorry.
Outer Wilds.
I'm gonna make Crow Country.
Crow County. It's a very good game. It literally one of my only complaints about the game is that no, it's Crow Country.
Is
It is.
Damn
It's Crow Country.
Crow
yeah.
Country.
It is, yeah.
I'm fucked up. I'm in the Berenstain universe.
Anyway, literally one of my only complaints about this game is that I have to wait a little longer for this one. But I'm excited for this. I'm excited to see more cryptid-related murder mysteries.
Hell yeah. I when I was doing research for this, I found out that it's been renamed the Mermaid Mask because before it was
Yeah,
the
it used to
Mermaid's
be.
Tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know that why that is? Because I couldn't find out why the changeover.
Um, I don't know exactly. I don't want to
Okay.
say it's purely for the alliteration.
Okay.
Um,
Tim-
that might be a factor. Um, but yeah, no real idea there.
I see.
Also, I believe Kim Tron is the voice director, and she's cool to see in things.
Kevin Tron is cool. And that is neat. I did not know that part. That's neat. But yes, to continue here, B drops, Sushi Ben.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sushi Ben looks like a fun game. It's going to be a slice of life adventure game. I was initially drawn to its visuals. I first heard about the game when Moa was speaking about it online. Moa is the creator of Hatoful Boyfriend, who worked on a number of character designs for this game. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Nice. Yeah. Me too. I auditioned for several parts in it.
Oh, nice.
Likewise.
Fingers crossed.
Yes. It just seems like a cool game. I think it's literally a slice of life because you got a knife because you're making sushi. But I think this game's gonna be pretty slick when it comes out. Yeah, and the animation and like the art style because it's like that blocky PSX era stuff is always cool.
It's also being designed for VR as well, which is
Yeah.
kind of wild, and I'm excited to see how that works.
It's kind of the baseline of the game. Like they're actively
Yeah.
trying to make a non-VR version now because it's
Yeah.
just originally a VR game.
Yeah, there's a demo,
So-
but the demo is only VR.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Might
Yeah.
have to get into that.
I will have to see.
Well, I mean, speaking of demos, this demo came out. PO.
So, I did not play the demo.
Why would I
Hearing
segue?
reports of performance does make my hype a little lessened. I was hoping, but I will see. I don't know. My computer is all right, but I do worry about high requirements, like keeping people out of it. But I'm always excited for. Well, okay. Since Monster Hunter World, I'm excited for more Monster Hunter. I am a latecomer to the series. I'm not going to pretend that I've been in here since
Fake
the
fan.
beginning, collecting, sharpening rocks, and tracking monsters with paintballs. But yeah, it sounds cool. I like the premise of kind of like this focusing on the environment. But I've kept myself mostly blind because I kind of want to give it the chance to wow me with new things. I want to but I enjoyed Monster Hunter World a lot. I liked Rise, even if I'd never quite finished Sunbreak, and I enjoy the methodical pace of Monster Hunter games. Kind of just the meditative aspect of the hunt.
I think it's very like the Wilds is like sort of an expansion on that like the Worlds thing where like they dropped you in a biome which was like a bunch of different stuff and you were hunting lots of monsters at the same time, kind of for just hunt. And I think it looks really cool. Plus, in the previews, there was like you had two weapons on you that you could like switch between during combos and stuff, which seemed really really interesting to me. And the running issue of the game did seem to hit a lot of people. Like people had to do a lot of stuff to get the game to work normally, which Capcom knows about. So hopefully there will be some fixes. Don't know. Yeah. But
I would hope that's like this is the stress test, right?
yeah.
They got to see how much of their population can play this game and what to optimize in theory.
I'm gonna wait for some reviews before I jump in, especially considering how expensive games are these days.
That's super fair.
So-
But I also want to play Monster Hunter because it's like one of the games that I I can hyper focus on, and then like feel good about playing with other folks. But it's I'm excited for Wild. I think it's gonna be a good time. So coming up next, we have our best indie games, which were just games that weren't the bigger games that we played, mostly.
We all know what indie is.
Good
It's
small
Steve the
game.
Diver.
Stop that. You get that out right now. Listen. You stop that right now. Fiona, we have new people here. We cannot embarrass ourselves. So my best indie this year was 1,000 Times Resist. This was a game I heard about from a couple of different people, but To the Rose mentioned it, and I was talking about how well it was written, and then I wanted to try it myself, and holy shit, this game rules. I have lots of big emotions. I don't think I hide that very well. So it's very easy for me to get emotionally invested in video games and characters. So this game is dangerous for me. I love everything about the world, the setting, the characters, and I don't want to spoil anything just in case people do play it, and how hopping between perspectives changes context and story stuff. Not to mention just the story that is presented, I think, is really cool. If you have not played 1,000 Times Resist, I do recommend it. I think it is really, really engaging, and I think it deserves more attention than it got.
It is currently a little bit on sale. It's 25% off.
I love things that are a little bit on sale. But yes, 1,000 Times Resist rules, and I just... Man, kids can be mean sometimes. Zara Belatro, what's this, poker or something?
Never heard of this shit.
Never heard of it.
Indie game.
If this game can win Best Indie for Jeff Keighley, it can win for me.
So sorry. So sorry, Zara. Jeff Keighley cannot be talked about. No.
Okay.
Jeff Keighley has been dealt with.
You don't have to worry about
Rise
it
to a
anymore.
permanent end.
Don't think it, don't say it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much I have to say about Balatro at this point. I don't know if there is any indie game that has had the level of success that this game has in like less than 12 months.
Hollow
Like,
Knight.
It is made by one guy and is now available on every console, on all mobile devices. It is everywhere. You cannot go anywhere without having Balatro. I could probably get this to play on like one of those smart fridges if I wanted to.
My one of my coworkers got in trouble for playing Balatro in the bathroom.
It's and like I didn't even
Time
get
for a
that. I didn't get as deep into this game as some other people did, but it still stole like hours of my life. And it is a very, very solid game. Plus, the fact that the developer has gone on record to say that he is never going to do any like predatory monetization or anything in the game is icing on the cake.
Yeah. I should mention in my research for this game, very recently, I think it was Peggy rated this game like 18 or R or something like that because it kind of sort of resembles him.
It resembles
I mean, yes.
gambling.
Yeah.
It hits the same notes as, you know, those predatory things do, but it's all within the game itself. There's no money exchanging hands, so
They don't
better.
care about that. They just care that it looks like poker.
Yes. And Local Funk, the developer, said, oh, wow, I guess I should just put a bunch of gambling stuff in my game, like fucking FIFA, which is rated like 3 or something like that. It's
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah, listen, the gambling
I remember
can be
that.
there. It just shouldn't look like it.
That's why I have a Joker written on a napkin.
Wait, nope, didn't have it. Fiona?
There it is.
So, I've made no secret that I like MMOs. I think every time Final Fantasy XIV has had an expansion, it's been on my list.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is I quite like doing raids. I enjoy having to deal with the mechanics of a fight. And Rabbit and Steel saw that and asked me, okay, but what if you didn't have to play with all of those other people? And you know what? That's what I needed.
You still can though.
You can, yes.
Yes, I still can, but the fights are completely different with other people.
Yeah, they are.
It's true. They did make it like distinguishably different each time, which is really neat. I need to get back to Rabbit and Steel because I got it on your recommendation, and shit's cool, but I'm real bad at it.
Hey, you're probably
Yeah,
better than I am.
I have gotten better. I had gotten to the point where I could no-hit normal and was working on no-hitting hard. And then I started playing other stuff. It happens.
Yeah.
But next year they're releasing DLC.
Ooh.
Oh, that's cool.
Ooh.
I can.
They didn't.
Nui.
The story left questions unanswered, which the DLC is supposedly answering, and the shopkeeper is replaced by the wolf who copies herself.
I can't wait to die a billion times to not see the endings.
They also Rabbit and Steel also asked what if Final Fantasy XIV was Toho, like just a little bit.
A little bit, yes.
It's true.
What if it was Toho and you didn't have to have friends? Or randos.
Yeah, and that's the truest win of all time. Nope, couldn't think of one. TT.
Transition here.
Just Limbo Lane, Yugo Limbo knocks it out of the park as usual. This game's so fucking cool and funny and well written. It's not exactly the same. The mechanics aren't along the lines of what I'm about to say, but it feels like in the spirit of people who made the things like Tulip and Moon and Chibi Robo and stuff. Just very quirky conceits to a game that just have so much heart and like effort put into them in ways that are really funny and really sweet and just really, really cool to look at. I love all the way the gods look. I love the way like the shift in like the merging of like the 3D and the 2D styles when you're interacting with them. I love the conceit of you suck up people's word balloons and then use those as puzzle items to use on other people.
Yeah.
It's not only a fun way of doing puzzles, it leaves a lot of room to just... It's like one of those games where you use an item on everything just to see all of the jokes that have been written, even when it's not like the actual solution.
I played this game, the demo for this game, and then you go Limbo Lane. I don't know what secret sauce they discovered, but their games are always wonderful to me. I am very excited to dig into this properly.
They are the smile for me people. Okay.
Yes.
Correct. And
a game I also need to play.
Smile for Me was very good.
Yes.
Yuga Limbo made a comic called Be Kind, My Neighbor.
Yes, Be Kind, My Neighbor.
I fucking devoured.
It's such a good comic. If you haven't read Be Kind, My Neighbor, I suggest go doing it. Lots of great characters. One of them is an egg.
Yep.
In so many ways. Yeah. It's pretty great.
What if an Eggman and a murder puppet were like domestic fluff, but also like killing each other and also sex?
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
I I got to read it because a friend had it with them, and read all of it, and then read all of it again, and then gave it back to them, and then asked them if I could borrow it to read it again.
Fucking good.
And then they bought me a copy.
Does good work.
But yes, it was pretty sick. But yeah.
Also, Wime pointed out the Anthology of the Killer's cool. Check that out if you're interested. I forgot to put that in here.
You know, we
I
can't.
meant to, but I forgot. But don't worry about it.
You know, we won't. All we have to worry about is the magic in the air. There, I found it. Theo, tell us about Tactical Breach Wizards.
Flawless. Tactical Breach Wizards.
Yeah.
I'd say it's like, despite the name, I'd class it more of a puzzle game than a straight up tactics game.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a puzzle game that gives you a very wide breadth to find solutions in, which I enjoyed. There's a, you know, it really gives you a lot of space to, you know, feel it out, what your options are, and, you know, figure out, you know, not just like a solution, but if you can really style on it, just build a machine that throws everybody out a window. And I really like the
one of
characters.
the main modes.
Yeah. Like the characters, like the look. Thought the setting was neat. Oh, it's like the one complaint I've seen people have is that it's pretty wordy, which I didn't mind because I really liked it. But you know, I think I really liked it.
Yeah, if PO didn't put this on here, I probably would have. Tactical Breach Wizards is fucking awesome. Yeah, it's definitely one of those writing things where it's like if you're not gonna you're gonna like it or you're not gonna like it probably because it's also very quippy.
Oh no.
It's very gay. Millennials wrote this.
There's
Like,
and
I can't
there's
think of any
one-
other way to describe it.
yeah, there's one character whose like backstory I thought was just a great twist, but I don't want to spoil it.
Is it
Okay.
the last one you got?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to that part. This game has so many good like twists, and also like does the thing I really like when video games do, where they use the medium itself, like the UI, to tell a story.
Mm-hmm.
There's a very specific mission which I won't elaborate on, but it uses UI that you've seen for hours and hours now, like functions you have used over and over and over again, and changes them in a very specific way to represent a different perspective on the situation.
That's cool.
And it's fucking awesome and heartbreaking.
I remember like scrolling Pinterest for like references and stuff, and seeing like, oh, these are wizards with guns and stuff. That's pretty funny. And then like this year, seeing this game come out, I was like, wait, no, somebody really did it. they turned that into something real. And I thought it was really cool. I have to buy it, but I'm really excited to play this one because I've only heard good things about it.
There's only one actual gun in the game.
Oh my god.
Everybody else is using wands with like holsters or like stocks. Like you can see in this picture, that is just a rifle stock with a wand shoved into it.
It's gonna shoot the magic at you.
Sure is.
I think it's time to come down a little bit from the powerful mages, and talk about this.
Did I not have that one in a long time ago?
No.
Was that recent? I thought
Yeah.
I had this one in forever. I'm sorry. Webfishing. If you want to think speaking of a game that's as indie as possible, to my knowledge, I think only one person made this, maybe two. I can't remember if it was a team, but I know it's very small. This is probably on a good chunk of our top 5s this year.
Yeah.
Uh,
Good.
Web Fishing is a real fucking good game, y'all. We'll probably we will discuss it more. We don't have to
Yeah.
dwell on it. But as far as talking about one of the best indie games to come out this year, this has to be in the conversation.
I think so.
I have yet to a webfish, but
That's good.
how long can I resist?
It's good.
We'll get a lobby going.
Well, hey,
Yeah, go fish.
Pio, speaking of games we didn't play, let's talk about some games we didn't play. Zara.
Hi, I didn't play Mouthwashing, but I watched 2 people play it. The reason this game is up here is because it's maybe one of the best written games I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna let other people talk about that in the appropriate category. Yeah, it is an indie game. It is made by a small development team who are very good at what they do, and seeing this has made me it's put them on my radar, and I'm very excited to see what else they come up with, just because it's very hard to talk about this game without spoiling things. But
Yeah, we don't have to, but
yeah, it's just, I'm excited, and the only unfortunate part is that by watching someone play the game, you kind of get most of the experience. But I did I did get this game recently, so I'm going to have to put some time down and play it myself. There are sections of it that I have missed in all the playthroughs I've watched, but so I'll have to rectify that soon.
please do.
But it's good.
This game is on a bunch of people's top list, so I'm gonna save any extra research stuff I have for there. But yeah, no, this game is great. I'm sure we'll have something to say about it if we've seen it.
Yeah, jumping from web fishing to mouthwashing is a little bit of a tonal whiplash.
But they're both good games.
If you know, you know.
in their own ways. Speaking of games I did not play this year, Final Fantasy 16 with Clive in it. He was mentioned earlier with Tekken.
Best indie.
Nope. No.
Famed indie developer,
They
Square
made a
Enix.
game starring Clive from Tekken 8?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So like a couple years ago, I started a thing where I wanted to play all the Final Fantasy games, which I'm still doing. We just finished 5 and moving on to 6 sometime in the future. Eventually I'll hit 16, but I did not play this game, and I heard a lot of, hey.
I believe in 70-year-old Wordsy to play Final Fantasy 16.
I will finish these games faster, I promise. So, Final Fantasy 16 looked really interesting to me from the jump. Everybody that I live with, like, this was their game of the year. Or, at least at one point it was, from talking to them, and it looked really cool. The story looked pretty interesting. It did a different thing from what I can see from other Final Fantasies, which I thought was kind of neat. And it's part of that shift to like more action-oriented combat, because it's like a character action game. It looked appealing. I wanted to definitely give it a try out, and I want to Torgal the enemies as Clive, whatever that means. Also, I think it's about nuclear weapons, so it's Metal Gear Solid by Final Fantasy. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But
Cool.
I want to experience this game. I think it looks neat. But lots of things look neat. But the most neat thing of all is that place. Chicks. Can you tell us about that place?
Yeah, that's that in my restless dreams, etc. Silent Hill as a franchise is something is the best franchise I didn't play. I've always been on the outside looking in, and I've never felt like actually robbed of it, because I've always enjoyed watching what it means for people.
Mm-hmm.
I've always just sort of been like I find Silent Hill as a franchise very interesting, but also in a way that's just like, you know, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat with horror sometimes too, so it's just kind of nice experiencing it in a way that is, you know, not in my hands anymore, because playing mouthwashing was already stressful, and that game's like only technically a horror game.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Really.
It gets that game was already, you know, that game does just enough to get me real annoyed and nervous about doing anything. Anyways, Silent Hill 2 Remake was a game that had a lot of goodwill to earn in its release.
It did though.
And I was very interested to see what it meant to people who are not me. And like, so especially Voidburger. Voidburger is the primary lens in which I experience Silent Hill these days. And Chip Cheesem by extension. They played the whole game together, and it was just a treat to see, because as it turns out, for many people, this shit was hitting every note correctly, or almost every note. Like, anything that wasn't like kind of nitpicky. Like, some people, you know, everybody had like a specific gripe that I think were all different, which is very interesting. It was very personalized. Like, oh, well, you know, this specific thing they didn't do like I'd like it, but it just kind of speaks to the legacy, and it's rare to see a legacy like that mostly well answered
by a team that did not do good stuff in the past.
Yeah, people. Blooper Team has a poor track record for some people.
With reason, but I think they did a
very
good
track record. I didn't see their Blair Witch. Was that all right? Like,
it was whatever.
I don't think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, whatever.
I think handling this was a good move for them.
Yeah, like this clearly was like such a labor of love. Like there were people on that staff that clearly were like as autistic about Silent Hill 2 as many other people. I don't say that disparagingly. I'm just saying there's some special interests out there. And there's some insane details to this game. And also just like really good treatment of like surprisingly good treatment of a very sensitive part of that game. Which would have been probably the easiest to fuck up.
There's a character in it who has specific stuff about her story that I was worried about showing up in a Blooper Team game, but I was happily like, you know, okay, they didn't do anything stupid. They just made a
curious
good
how
sequence.
How much of it is them learning and how much of it is them being restrained.
They had the reins
I'd be
on.
interested.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, if I was Blooper Team at this point, I would go, hey, let's just start remaking old games that are good and do this to them.
I think they're like, yeah, as far as their like actual game making skills, I think they are pretty good.
Yeah, from a technical
Like, this is-
standpoint, they tend to do fine. It's the writing.
Yeah, like when you give them other properties, it seems a lot better.
I don't know.
but this is
Baby
well,
running
except
to
Blair.
wall dot Jeff.
Well, yeah, but like
Okay,
That was a long time ago. I will say they have grown out of Baby Run into Walnut quite well from this one. For the
It's
most
a
part.
cyberpunk game that was mostly just carried by Rutger Hauer's voice.
God, right? Yeah, I always forget that they did that one. I still have that. I keep meaning to play it just because I hear it's like. I want to see what people say is the mostly good parts about that game. Anyways,
yes,
it was really cool and well handled.
I'm happy.
I'll probably still never play it, but it was great to witness.
I think it was a good time to play. But I'm happy we didn't beat up on this game. But you know what we will beat up on?
I get it.
It's our opponents, Street Fighter 6 B drops.
I didn't play it. It looks good though.
Yeah.
Maybe someday, especially the single player mode.
Yeah.
Prestigious two year in a row winner for B drops. Street Fighter 6.
I guess I know you've talked about like fighting games and like liking designs and stuff like that from them. Was there anything about 6 that made you want to try this one more than any others, like in the past?
Primarily the single player mode, admittedly.
Yeah, that's what got me into it. Like, I don't, I did a little bit of the online, but it's, it didn't grab me enough to stick with it. But I did enjoy 6 overall because of
World
the
Tour.
fairly extensive single player.
Yeah, World Tour was a big draw for people. I really, really like World Tour and how they incorporate all the characters and stuff into it. And honestly, even though I did play some of the online mode, like I never got past like lower ranks, but I had a good time just trying stuff out for the first time. Street Fighter 6 was probably the first fighting game where I didn't feel an impassable wall to improvement, which was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I very much agree with that notion. I think Street Fighter 6 is very well made to accept anybody who wants to get into it. Your ceiling, is only determined by how much you want to do it.
Yeah.
I think in any fighting game, your ceiling is only determined by how much you want to commit to it. And I think Street Fighter 6 makes it very easy to try and commit.
Yeah, it gives you the best ramp to do that. But yeah, no, it was. I'm excited for anybody that tries out Street Fighter 6. That way you can, also play Marissa, and I'll have another person. Anyway, this isn't about. Well, we heard a lot about fighting, and the single player mode of Street Fighter 6 is a great story. Why don't we continue to talk about stories?
I like story.
I love stories. So, for our best rating and story category, Zara, what's happening with Nine Souls?
We have reached the Zara talks about Nine Souls for the rest of the stream portion of the show.
Contain him.
Don't burn yourself out all on this.
No, I know. I got a ways to go. So specifically talking about writing and story. This game is very, very, very good and extremely underrated. I don't see a lot of people talking about this, but it does the thing of... I'm always leery about starting a new game because it's like I have to get introduced to new characters and I don't know if I'm going to connect with them, and it's just kind of like I almost feel like I kind of reject it on purpose just to be, I don't know, contrarian, I guess. But and it did take a little bit for me to kind of get on board with Nine Souls characters, but once I was there, I was wholly on board. Like I was taken aback with how attached I was to some of the characters by the end of the story. And the way that it does the thing of like, it says, okay, there's going to be 10 characters that you are going to have to confront and deal with. And then as you go through the game, you find these characters one by one, you interact with them. And the main character, like everybody has history with each other. And so you learn little bits and pieces of the story as you go. And by the end, you have like the full picture of just how bad everything really is and how you can fix it. And the way that it does the very end is just, it's very good. It surprised me how well it was written, because it was one of those games that I played and I kind of moved on from, but couldn't get it out of my head. And so I just keep coming back to it over and over again. And it just, all the characters, I miss them at this point. I want to go back, and I want to go back and see them again.
I don't have much experience with the gameplay, but I felt like if, from the team that made Detention and Devotion, if there's anything you could count on with this game, it would have been the story.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It's-
I forgot this was that.
It is the same people,
yeah,
yes.
This
It
is Red Candle Games, yes.
The story is
That's a hell
good.
of
It's
a
honestly
genre.
all around. This game is fantastic. The gameplay is good. Everything. The whole game is fantastic. And
We
I will
might
be
hear
talking more later.
A little more about Nine Souls. So, I'm going to defend myself now. So,
I was
All right.
the elephant in the room here.
all right. So I got my boxing stance up. Listen, everybody. Here's the thing. I love Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. It is
Very brave of you to admit that.
leave
Somebody's
me.
gotta.
Yeah, listen. Lots of people like it. I I
It's
think
not Battle Pass.
I didn't buy it. I don't care about the battle pass. I care about these 4 characters and their interactions with the setting that they are thrust upon. Um, uh, Deadshot, Captain Boomerang, Harley Quinn, and Nanoe are a little group of characters, and I admit I like groups. I like dynamics in groups with different roles and things like that, and they are wonderful in those roles. I like seeing Deadshot and Harley Quinn take on a leadership role within their group. I like seeing the group fuck up and having people like change and like have dialogue that supports that kind of like escalate throughout the game. I like that Shark is not just treated like an idiot, and you know, like there's a lot of cool character interactions between this group and the villains that are presented in this game, which are the Justice League, who've been taken over by Brainiac. A lot of people really, really did not like that this game stars these 4 characters and that they beat the Justice League, because how could they beat the Justice League? It's impossible. The game does try to go out of its way to explain it, but people go, bullshit, that wouldn't work. Fine. I don't care if it wouldn't work. It's a comic book. You can make anything happen
Power
anywhere.
scalers are not to be listened to.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Yeah. This game, I legitimately think, has some of the best interpersonal dynamics between characters that I've seen ever. I think Batman in this game is perfect. I think he's great. I think this was Kevin Conroy's last performance, and he recorded additional lines for DLC and stuff that's supposed to come out later. And a lot of people said it was disrespectful, and I go, the guy himself said he liked doing this role. He thought it was fun, but people just ignore that, and I don't understand.
People also like to forget he's gay. I think they just don't care what he says.
Yeah. Speaking of gay, the entire game, Harley, like Wonder Woman shows up and Harley's like, "Hey, you can be friends with me," and she's just this little gay ball of energy, and I'm like, I love her so much. Everything about
Who wouldn't be like that about Wonder Woman? Let's be real.
It's
Who
true.
among us?
I can understand if the battle pass or the loot box stuff that they added into the game last minute because this game transformed from another game to another game, if that turns you off. I understand that. I can even understand if you like the Arkham Asylum games and feel like this game spits on those games. That's what a lot of people had a problem with.
I think half of the Arkham Asylum games spit on the Arkham Asylum games.
True.
Yeah, that one's gone. That's the Mario and Luigi problem again. It's gone on too long.
I I think Mouthwashing is one of the best written games of this year. I think this game, like as a campy superhero story, is close. I legitimately like this story, these characters, and what was presented. I'm not trying to put too fine a point on this, but I really, really like this game, and I feel like it didn't get a fair shake. All right.
I mean, everything I've heard of it and put me off of it was basically, structural, based on people in suits telling the developers to do things.
Yes.
Video game decisions more than writing decisions.
But the video game decisions, like, made the game not like it turned the game from what could have been like a mediocre like sale thing to no sales, and then on top of that, people said that it was all bad.
Well,
which
people are very
really
weird
like
about DC superheroes in particular at the moment.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Like legitimately, if you can find this game on sale, I recommend playing through at least the story. If the gameplay doesn't grab you, I understand. I think it's pretty fun and frenetic, but I just listen to the dialogue, watch the cutscenes, experience the characters. I think it is worth your time. Okay, so that was all of that.
On a similar note, sorry,
Oh, yeah,
like
what's up?
not to fully divert. You are reminding me of the reason that I still want to play. What's that one that's about Batman being dead?
Knight?
Gotham
Gotham Knight,
Knights.
yeah. Night. Oh, yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen
yeah.
examples of some story beats in that were like, oh, yeah, I guess I kind of want to see how that shakes out because I think they did like some really cool performance stuff in that. Like, I've heard mediocre things about the game itself, but I think that stuff is what will still drive me to play a game that it might otherwise be kind of mid to experience.
Yeah, and that's super fair. I heard similar things about Gotham Knights, and it's because I played Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, I also want to play Gotham Knights because I heard there's a similar thrust of how the story is told, which I think is cool. But you know, slap me in the face for liking a game that's kind of not great. But TT, what's happening with the
Okay,
goodness
here
you're
we go.
here? No, ah, I was just segueing.
So thank goodness you're here is a right good game about a little fictional uh, northern town called Barnsworth, and you are a little salesman, a very very small man, the yellow man off to the side.
Oh, look at the little guy.
Your two buttons are to jump and to slap. And you are there to meet with the mayor about some sales thing or another. But while you're waiting, you kind of just go out to kill some time in the town and get pulled into an increasingly elaborate chain of helping people with things.
Oh.
Oh, hello.
No.
Sorry.
Hello. Hi, what are you doing here?
It's not
Oh,
like
the next
compared to
God.
most of the rest of the games on here, it's not necessarily like I'm not putting this up here for the narrative or like the character work. This is like the most satisfying like you are playing a cartoon sort of thing I've ever experienced.
Hmm.
It's just a lot of very funny jokes and things that you wouldn't think to interact with that you can interact with to get those jokes and just
And it is very legitimately funny.
yeah.
Just like they're very good jokes.
Yeah.
That's
Like
it's kind of rare in video games. Like,
Truly.
your first thing is a posh little boy has his arm stuck in a grate because he dove for a tuppence. And you need to get him something to help lubricate his arm out. So you have to go to the pastry shop for butter, but the door is locked, so you have to go find the locksmith who is drinking at 10 a.m. But he won't leave until he's had his morning pint. So you have to go down to the basement and shake up all the barrels because they're coming out flat. And that's like literally the first sequence of events, and that opens a hole in the ground you can use to travel through the pipes to the next part of town. You're basically just looping through the areas one after another. You're seeing like jokes that wind up being setups for jokes, like even more jokes when you come through the area later. It's a very fun game. Quirky is not a word I like to say a lot because I feel like it feels like, you know, the cozy buzzword of like a couple decades ago. But it's a very fun game. And very funny.
It's currently slightly on sale, 30% off.
Thank you, Pio.
Bringing
It's also got Matt Berry in it.
It does. Yeah. I watched TT play this. It was really good.
Matt Berry, who folks might know as the handsome doctor on Garth Marenghi's Dark Place and a bunch of other voice roles.
Yeah, it's a vampire in What We Do in the Shadows.
Yes.
I know him from his.
right.
I know him from his commercial work, and you know, in commercials you can see lots of things, like mouthwash. Right.
Another whiplash.
I feel like I should just open the floor on this one. I think a lot of folks want to talk about it, unless we're saving it for later again.
I guess to cause yeah, this is on a lot of people's top 5. So rather than get too far in it, like you know, was mouthwashing story like something that like I know you said Red Candle is going to make good characters and stuff like that. did you go into mouthwashing expecting, I guess, what came out of it?
I don't know. My initial exposure was a combination of being vaguely familiar with the studio because I had been shown their last work, How Fish is Made,
Yes.
a little while before Mouthwashing came out, and I had seen fan art, and I had heard a bunch of people saying this is very good and very intense. I don't really know if I had expectations beyond that so much as I just wanted to try it.
Super fair. I uh like I also like remember How Fish is Made. 95% off on Suicide Squad. Grab that. How Fish, the research I did for mouthwashing involves How Fish is Made pretty heavily, so I'll wait to talk about it, like I said. But yeah, no, experience, like having some experience with the studio, and then also just kind of seeing what the game presented on its face, I was like, this seems cool and weird and interesting. And then I got haymakered, and I was like, oh, oh man. But again, we can save this one for a little bit. There's plenty to talk about there. But talking is a big part of many video games. But what if we were to just slay instead of talk?
I would say you're on a roll, but there was like distinctly two of those where you just gave up.
No. Leave me alone.
You're like desperately trying to bring it
It's
back.
a roll downhill.
Just like Slay the Princess is a game that I added very late into this because I meant to play it in October and then didn't. Goddamn. This game is good.
It's so good.
Did you get through like a proper run of it? I know you streamed it a while back.
I streamed it and did all of the endings in that stream, and then
In that run, yeah. It's like it has runs basically.
And then when the pristine cut came out, the free DLC for it, I streamed it again to get like the rest of the endings that existed. But
okay, you were working through
Mm-hmm.
them.
I love this game.
This game is so good. I think the most like I was trying to think of a way to summarize it, and I think it's a terrible way to summarize it. Like it's oversimplified, but it is very like Stanley Parable and Disco Elysium had a baby,
Huh.
and Doki Doki Literature Club babysat it for a little while. It's like I feel like on its face, it's like there's a lot about this game that might not seem spectacular as far as story and writing goes, but I think the way it builds its own premise is so good. Especially just as not a meta like commentary, but definitely like playing with the notion of how people play visual novels and like the personas that sort of manifest because of the way you make decisions based on how you might play certain routes in a visual novel. But never in a way that's as in your face meta as any of the other games mentioned. Like It's still within its own world, and it's still mechanics within its own world. So that part is really great. I love when game meta narratives make like the effort to present that from the perspective of the things that exist in that narrative, like, without just straight up being like, I'm in a video game, help.
Yeah, no. Without going too far into it, because I think this is this is a game that I would want people to play and experience. This was one of the games that there's a project that I wanted to do where I play visual novels and have people play them with me and stuff like that. And this was high on the list because I really, really liked how it treats its meta narrative, how it treats its characters, and then with the pristine cut, I saw whole new stuff that was I did not think of the directions they would take the game with the DLC.
I need to look up what is different about it because I waited till the pristine cut because I knew it was coming.
I legitimately it is extensions of things and some new stuff, but a lot of it is extensions of things that existed already, which
that's cool.
Which felt sort of incomplete. Yeah.
I'll need to look into what that means. I will say this game says up front, like about regardless of all the meta narrative and other summary way I described it, the game says up front that it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think it's one of the few things that I've seen that actually manages to nail that by the end of what it's trying to do. You might think it's just like, well, how is it? Like, you know, like I get it, but also no, it seems kind of shallow. But like, no, by the end, once it all conglomerates into what it's trying to talk about, or even some of the roots too.
Yeah.
Like, if you read into the subtext of a lot of the roots, as far as not what they are, but what they represent, as far as human connection is, oh boy, shit starts hitting a little hard actually when. And that's gonna depend on you, but like,
yes,
there's stuff that reached out and kind of grabbed me a little where I was not expecting it. The unexpected emotional sucker punch category that's not in this would go to Slay the Princess if it was.
I can only agree. It's a good game. Please buy it if you get the chance.
I also really want to watch people play it. At least I want to see people's first runs. Because I really want to see what princess people get first. Like, what was your first princess ending? Like, of just the titles, Wordsy?
My first princess ending?
Yeah, before, yeah.
So my first princess ending was actually chained, or the big locks.
The prisoner.
Yeah, the prisoner. And then shortly after that, it was Apotheosis like 3 times. So
my first proper ending was the Razor.
Jesus Christ.
And I feel like the Razor set the stage in an insane way. Like, because that one is like where, like, that one's basically the thesis statement of the entire game in one route.
If people have not played and don't understand what these silly titles mean, please, it's worth it. It's worth it to figure it out. But we can praise this game for its writing. I think the game had a really cool sound to it, had a lot of good effects and everything like that. The music was all right. So let's talk about music. Sound audio time.
Now I do love. Actually, on Slay the Princess's music, I do love that they have a little thing that makes a little playlist.
Yeah,
of the relevant music that happened during your run.
Mm-hmm.
It's very cute.
That game is great. Zara, I've seen this before. What's happening?
Hello, I'm back. Yeah, Nine Souls is good. It's well written, but also it has a very subtle soundtrack, I found. But because I didn't really know it when I played the game, but then once I finished it, kind of sat with it for a little bit, I went back to the soundtrack, and now I can't stop listening to it. Like, I am obsessed with the soundtrack. It's so good. It's everything from like the quiet, contemplative music to the big, bombastic fight themes. The game the game is made by a Chinese developer, and it wears that cultural influence on its sleeves in every way, including the music. There is one of the boss themes is like techno throat singing. It's wild. It is a fascinating soundtrack. Cool.
Oh. Sorry, we're seeing things that I don't think the stream can
sorry.
see.
Yeah, it was a fascinating soundtrack to come back to, and like every boss has its own theme song that is, now that I've gone back and re-listened to them all, it's like, yeah, it's all very notable. I remember this. I remember this music, and even just everything in between is very atmospheric. They have made like the perfect soundtrack for this game, because I went through and played the whole game and didn't really think about the music at all until afterward. And it also does a very, very good trick with the soundtrack that you would never be able to tell when playing the game, but once you go back and realize what they did, like once I found that out, it gave me goosebumps. So
Is it like this is the song You'll Fight Sans to?
kind of, yeah.
Okay.
It is basically like a song's title reveals something about the game that is really cool.
Okay, interesting. I got to get back to this. I played it a little bit, and Yao was in chat and was telling me about like history and some of what the character names meant and stuff like that, which is really cool.
I did not 100% this game when I played it. I got close, but I didn't quite get there, so I will probably be streaming this in the new year as well, because I want to do that.
All right. Well, speaking of things that we'll be streaming, I'm a superstar. Hi. So, Starstruck Hands of Time is a game that I've been parroting for all of our past Game of the Year streams. It was on my upcoming, on my end. I think it was on my upcoming both years that we've done this before. This is a strange little game with odd art. It's all claymation. There's some 3D work. The hand that you see there, that's you. You control that hand and you use it to destroy the town that you inhabit. But this is a story about the characters we see here and how music affects their lives, and how there is a mold that is infecting the town and causing people to do maybe not so great things. I love this game. I think it's so cool. On top of the fact that you can play it with a Guitar Hero controller, it's such a I think this might be like one of the perfect wordsy games. Like it's got characters that I go, "Ah, I love a little guy," and then it's music based. You get to play in a band. It's got this weird destruction segment where you like just kill the town. There is some deeper level like character drama going on. It was pointed out to me actually that the character that we see with black hair here and here are brother and sister. The sister is a musician, and the brother is like the more buttoned up person, not super far away from some Tales of Harbor characters that we might know. There was just a bunch of cool things in this game, and the dev for the game is very, very responsive and took time out of their like development cycle to like answer questions I had about the game. And hey, one of the composers for the game made the most recent theme song for Tales of Harbor, which yeah, I that's not why I like this game, but I think that's cool. Shout out to Bleep. But yes, I think this is a really, really cool game, really, really worth your time, and it's super fucking funny. I just think it's goofy as shit and has a bunch of non-jokes that are funny to me. Maybe it's just funny to me. I don't know. You be the judge. Buy the game and play it and tell me if it's funny. Yeah, Starstruck Kansas. Oh, and this is about music. The whole game is about music. You play songs that are relevant to the story and everything. I think all the songs rip. I think they're very difficult, but I think they're very fun. And I've never been good at Guitar Hero. I've been playing this game with the guitar and failing constantly because I just have a good time. And normally I don't like to fail in video games. I will go out of my way to do anything to avoid it. This is one of those times where I won't because I'm having a great time just playing and listening to what is happening. But yeah, go play Star Trek and enjoy the music and listen to Bleep. They're awesome. But wait, a developer and a musician in a game made something that we were in, but the something that we were in had already existed. Stories within stories.
Cool. Yep. I'm gonna be honest. When I was putting Alan Wake on those lists, I kind of forgot it came out last year.
That's okay.
But the DLC came out this year, and it was pretty rad. And sound designers probably wouldn't like the way I play video games, which is usually I'm also doing something else in the background, listening to something.
Mm-hmm.
So I usually don't get a lot of the experience probably the way they wanted me to. I'm better at listening to stuff with lyrics, and boy, does Alan Wake have that. From the stuff that was in the base game to the stuff they added for the DLC, I'm a little lacking in verbiage right now, but they make good songs. And I have found myself listening to it like just as a thing to listen to.
Nice.
Which is not something I say about a lot of video game music. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with this one.
The more people who listen to songs after the game is over, I think that is really telling of how good the songs were. Hey, Little Goody Two Shoes. I saw this earlier this year.
Yeah, it's a really good soundtrack. It's got this really nice orchestral, sort of dreamy fantasy soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the vibe something like a magical girl anime meets golden age Disney sort of vibe. It also features vocal performances from the main cast as well.
Oh, that's cool.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That makes a thing a little later make a lot more sense. Sick. Okay, cool. Describing it as magical girl meets like Disney is interesting because whenever I think of like Disney songs, I think big sweeping melodies, and then when I think of like magical girl stuff, I think like more percussion heavy, like rhythmic, like drum tracks and things like that. So interesting. I should give this a listen. I'm gonna go find that soundtrack after this. Shakes. Well, explain.
She had to step away
She
shortly.
did. I thought she was back.
Quick, I'm going to interject with something that I didn't put on the list because it didn't occur to me.
Sure.
Potionomics had a free update recently that added voice acting.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so all the dialogue is now voiced. This also includes not just the dialogue, but one of the characters, that's Idriel, is a musician who has a few songs like throughout her storyline, and these songs now have like instrumentation and lyrics that are sung. And I didn't progress super far down her path before the voice acting, so I don't know if all of that's new, or all the audio is new, or if there was like instrumentation for them before. But getting to them now, I was pleasantly surprised. So I thought that was.
I'm back. I didn't think my thing would arrive so quickly.
That's fine. We're talking about Potionomics.
Yeah, I've been hearing.
But yeah,
There's songs now.
That's really exciting. I think I should re-download this game and give it another run through then, because I played it before it's like Disco Elysium. I played it before there was voice acting, and then I playing it with voice acting, whole different experience. So
God,
Yeah, I liked.
I can't imagine playing Disco without voice acting at this point.
yeah, Kuno doesn't care.
Yeah, I thought the new Pushonomics. I thought the update was a good excuse to go back and do another run through, and actually like max out all the relationships.
Hey, sick. Let's see. All right. Well, Shakes. Anton Blast. What's that sound like?
Hey, it sounds pretty damn good. I haven't dug into as much Anton Blast. Like I still have yet to beat the final boss. So I have a limited scope. But this game's soundtrack fucks. It has a song that has a fucked up remix of the "I'm in the House Like Carpet" voice sample.
No.
But it's done so well. It's such an actual bop too. It's insane. Like there's a good portion of Anton Blast's soundtrack that is remixes of Anton Ball deluxe soundtrack entries, which I'm not overtly familiar with either, but like it was cool actually like watching people who knew it a lot deeper recognize it, because some of those remixes also whip a lot of ass. One of the most frustrating levels in the game has like one of the best tracks in the game, which is like such a good trade-off. Like it is a game that is based so much around repeating it basically from the beginning over and over if you fail. And it just sounds great every time. And they have voice work, which is pretty fun. It's not that much. Most of it is Mr. Johnny. Was it Montrago? I keep forgetting his last name. Guy who does Gabriel and Ultra Kill.
Gianni.
Yeah. It's yeah, whatever. Anyways. Yeah, they had him voice the devil, which is basically him doing his best red guy impersonation. And if you like hearing Johnny moan every time you get hit, he gets hit with an attack, you'll love Ultra Kill and also this game.
Gianni Montenegro, I think is his name. Montenegroni.
Something like that, yeah.
I am in a Discord. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, I'm in a Discord server with him. But
it's a cool dude.
He is. He's very funny. Him and Alex Lee are leading a charge of voice actors who are memeing a storm.
Cool, charismatic voice actors are actually kind of rare commodity. It's like I don't want to be too mean to, because acting's hard.
It is.
But it's definitely a different skill set that these guys possess for like out of the work.
It feels like having a voice actor who promotes the product charismatically and likes it is an incredible boon for a video game.
Yeah, a little bit.
It is. Makes the game way more popular. Boop. Well, I mean, there's not a lot to say about our next category. I'm not segging. I'm just trying to get into what I'm talking about next. Gosh darn it. This game is, I don't know how to explain it. Have any of you ever heard of Indica before this?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I've watched a
it
stream.
was on the Game of the Year, so yes, but
I
don't know anything about it.
I saw that Super Great Friend did a playthrough of it, but I only started watching it after the Game of the Year stream.
Okay.
The Game Awards, whatever.
I streamed it earlier this year because I was like, I don't know what this is. It seems insane. You play as a nun, and you're the devil also. And it is it's like a 3D, like kind of walk around this world game and kind of platform up and down some stuff slowly. It is also a shoot 'em up. It is also a racing game. It is also Frogger. It It is.
These elements are present as much as like the side jobs are in No More Heroes.
I like to think it's more like It Takes Two.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
is it the It Takes Two of 2024?
Yeah, it's just it keeps introducing new elements to the game that I think are really interesting, and the way it presents its story is cool. There's giant fish, and I don't know, it has points that are points, and you got to get the points. Got to get them points. I can't.
The points matter.
Yeah, the points matter a lot. You got to get them points. If you play Indica, let me know if you played Indica. Come on over to Wordsy's house and let me know if you played Indica. I want to know if you played Indica. This game was a huge surprise for me. I picked it up again on a whim because I just do that all year long, and this one really, really stood out as like a really cool game. It is so strange, but it's really, really worth it.
I enjoy how the world presents fantastical elements without comment or explanation.
Yep. It just gets weird.
It just gets weird, and that's normal, and nobody cares.
And everybody's like, yep, it's weird here. Anyway, keep moving.
No, they don't even do that.
Well, no, they don't say it's weird
here. They just go, mm-hmm.
I just think of, there's a dog in the game, and I just think about the dog constantly. All right. Beyond Indica, the other game that I thought was a pretty big surprise was Pal World. I did not expect this game to do as well as it did. Upon playing it, it's terrible. It's not very good. It's a super mid survival thing. The Pokemon aspects of it are pretty whatever. You can catch Pokemon or pals or whatever. You can also catch humans because pals are an evolution of humans or something like that. And you force them to work on your base, and then you can make your little electric mouse make guns on a conveyor belt because that's the point of this game. But I think the thing that really surprised me is this game. I think the reason it sold what it did was because of it was Pokemon, but also shoot those Pokemon and make them work in sweatshops. Ha 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 ha.
Oh shit.
You're okay. And I think that's the reason why most people liked the game. And now that it is done well, they're releasing DLC for it, but they're moving more in the Pokemon direction and less in the weird, fucked up shit direction. And I think they're really missing the point. So I think Pal World was a big surprise. It sold a lot of stuff, and then was highly successful. And I think it is going to nosedive so fast the second it's about trying to be Pokemon.
My ungenerous interpretation of this DLC's direction is that they're trying to double down on what they're supposedly getting sued over.
That's true.
Very much a
People
statement.
are like, we gotta jump on this to stick it to Nintendo, and I don't think that's correct.
No.
Like, sticking it to Nintendo's well and fine, but I don't think
Yeah.
buying this is doing that.
Not really. Hey, I had a decent time picking up an AK-47 and blowing away a little blue penguin, but it does not go much further than that. I caught a bunch of the pals and stuff, and it's got a little battle system that works. It's got crafting mechanics that are crafting mechanics. Truly, it is not worth anyone's time. But
seeing people play it made me not want to play it because, like, instead of seeing it as a Pokemon game, I just started seeing it as every open world survival game.
It's more Ark than
Except
Pokemon.
your machines look like Pokemon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, when the DLC comes out, I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna go, wow, they didn't really change much. And then I'm gonna go, well, I wasn't gonna play Pokemon, so that was my biggest surprise. Wait a minute, Sarah.
Hello. I am once again asking you to play Nine Souls. Yeah, so I guess to put you into the perspective, I went into this game. I just wanted a half decent Metroidvania, and I saw this and it had really good reviews, and I was like, yeah, sure. Let's let's give it a shot. I fully expected to play this game for like 3 hours and then just stop and never play it again. I don't know why. Like I said, just being a contrarian. But instead, I got a game that I'm probably going to be thinking about for the rest of my life. Like, this game is solidly in my top 5 favorite games ever. The longer that I sit with it, the more that I think, at least personally, this game is better than Hollow Knight.
Damn.
That's big.
That's very high praise, and I guarantee not everyone will agree with me, but for me, this game just hits all the notes. It is... I was not expecting to... I was not expecting to come out with an appreciation of this game the way it is. It does a lot of really interesting things that are really sneaky and you don't notice at first until they get pointed out later. It's a very smartly made game. It's just... It is very difficult, don't get me wrong, but they also had the foresight to put in difficulty settings to make it easier. You can basically customize what kind of... how much effort you want to be able to put into this game.
I did not know those existed.
Yeah, it's... you can pretty much adjust how much damage you do, how much damage you take, and all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of different sliders in the menus. You can change the difficulty on the fly. I'm pretty sure it doesn't even like lock you in at any point.
Huh.
It's very cool. It's well designed. It is beautiful. It's all hand drawn animation. The music is fantastic. It's a masterpiece in every which way, which I think part of the reason I was so surprised with it is because no one is talking about it. Like, I went into this game just being like, I'll give it a shot and see what happens, because nobody else is. And even now, like, it's months after the game has come out and still, like, no one is talking about how good this game is. So I want to change that.
Fair. I got it on yours and a roommate's recommendation, so.
Mm-hmm.
And it has rolling and pairing, all that stuff. I think this is a game that can speak to a lot of people. Another game has those things. It's a Souls-like. What's another Crab's Treasure spiel?
Hey, Another Crab's Treasure is a game that I expected to like because I'd heard it was good. It's kind of mechanically... It has a lot in common with, like, Sekiro, in that, it's a Souls-like, but you just kind of have the one weapon option with kind of a smaller amount of gear choices. And, but the surprise part to me was that I thought the story was really good and was actually incredibly pointed and highly political with a specific angle. A lot of games have a broad anti-capitalist, anti-corporate stance. It's not uncommon. This one is incredibly super angry and very specific. Like, it is just, like, its thesis in a lot of ways is that effective altruists are the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. And it's like, that's the part that kind of shocked me. I figured, like, the environmental message was pretty expected, being a game in the sea where obviously there's a lot of pollution, but yeah, it was incredibly pointed in its criticisms, and I liked that.
Okay.
It's from Aggro Crab, the same people who made Going Under.
Yeah, that was fun.
Ah.
Yeah.
not surprising to see that a similar message
Yeah.
perhaps
I
get expanded on.
found both of their games to be marvelous. Speaking of, takes.
Boy,
Okay, that one was
boy,
That one
boy, howdy. Good night, everybody. I don't have a lot to say about Marvel Rivals because I haven't played it yet.
God
I
damn
got a
it!
question mark at the end of
God
this.
damn it!
That said, I think the conceit of Marvel Rivals' existence baffles me a little bit in a good way. Because we have a free-to-play thing that's just Overwatch with very, from what I have observed, very limited monetization avenues.
Yeah.
got a battle
And
pass, but that's
it does have a battle pass? Okay. So I
Well,
guess there's that.
but you don't.
It
well-
doesn't. They don't go away. So like, you can earn stuff on the battle pass forever. The only thing you lose. Is,
Okay.
yeah. The only thing you lose
So,
is your
yeah. Who?
currency, which you have to regain each season.
Why would a company make this? it's just like
Yeah.
its existence is like, it seems like just a real good thing, and I'm not used to that.
Anti-Disney.
Especially not.
Yeah,
for Marvel.
yeah, right.
Last
Disney
year, so.
Disney made this.
That being said, you know,
Technically?
there's
NetEase
room
made it.
there's room to both improve and get worse.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
there's room for this app, this bunch of apples to get spoiled.
true.
But as it stands right now, they just like made a really nice thing for people who want that game, that type of game. Like,
I played it probably a little too much, and I think it's mostly pretty all right.
Yeah. This is coming off the heels of Overwatch. Poop in the bed real bad. I don't care.
tooping the bed.
and
Pardon?
and it.
I said it.
That's why it's called the number 2.
Okay, we gotta
Good
stop.
night, everybody.
That joke has to end. So this is coming off the tails of Overwatch 2 and them going like, you can buy heroes and everything.
no.
And then Rivals, like within a week, was like, all the heroes in Rivals are free forever. Get fucked, Overwatch. Like people have been looking for a hero shooter. Overwatch has been steadily dying, and then this comes out and it's good, and it had every opportunity to not be good, because it is from NetEase Games. I know all of us have interacted with NetEase at some point.
Well, maybe we should caution our praise, considering Overwatch
Yeah, my optimism
wasn't
is
as
cautious.
bad as it is now.
No, yeah, they really just brought back Overwatch 1, like at launch version Overwatch 1.
Yeah, I
Well, they
still think the game is good.
Are they doomed by the narrative?
We shall see. The narrative that's barely there.
It exists. It doesn't really matter.
The big thing is Doom 2099, and he is not in the game yet, but he is in Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the trepidation I have here is, are we going to try to make esports happen again? And I feel like
That's already
one of the
happening.
tabs on
Yeah.
the menu is tournament.
Yeah, that's already
okay,
happening.
but like, are they trying to make a whole thing with like sponsors and stuff again? Because that's like, I feel like that's where a lot of that shit just goes down the toilet, and they just start dumping money into things that are not going to return for them. And I'm wondering if that model is finally being seen as something that won't return.
They need sponsors, basically, or else the money just does not work out.
We'll
yeah,
see.
I'm just I don't know, because it's Disney. It's like, how much do they care about that?
How much do they care about money?
Or at least how much do they care about, like, at least not doing their own thing as far as making money, you know? Like, I feel like they have their own avenues that they can pursue
They probably do.
with that.
But Disney's coming kind of late to the hero shooter party. Speaking of,
Yeah, sure.
Listen, I had to go.
You had one good one.
Wow.
Damn!
Fucking crazy.
The venom. Just like in Marvel Rivals, I've made a segue back into
No.
I have Uno reverse.
Okay, Lizzie, you got another one?
Yeah. Marvel includes the
Just
X.
shout objection over us words.
No, it includes the the X-Men, which includes Jean Grey or Dark Phoenix. Hello, welcome to Phoenix Wright. My name is Wordsy, and I'm talking about Phoenix Wright, the S Attorney. Shut up.
Yeah.
I don't care about your Capcom versus Marvels. I care I care about this man and Turnabout and the cases that I'm solving. Phoenix Wright is a dope ass game. I like games where you solve mysteries. I like games where you get clues and try to put together a thing. I think it's fun to go through the statements and everything like that. Phoenix Wright has been out for quite a while. I have never touched the series, and recently I started playing it earlier this year, and it was a really good time. I think the cases are fun. I think the characters are goofy, and I really, really enjoy how dumb Phoenix is. But apparently he's not dumb later. I don't know.
Bounces back and forth.
Okay. Yeah. I think playing this game is going to make me play the rest of these, but starting with Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney is sick as hell, and I surprise evidence is hilarious. I can't wait to see whatever bullshit they do to stop me in the future.
Have you only played the first one so far?
I'm not done with the first one. I played like two cases. Yeah. I'm starting the third. Oh yeah, no, I'm taking my time.
You've got at
missed
least
Christmas.
You've got at least 4 good games in there.
I think they'll all be fine.
And it's the original trilogy on Steam is $10 right now, which I decided to buy rather than dig out my DS and find out where my cartridges are.
Yeah, I rented that shit on GameFly back when it came out.
Wow.
That shit I had to rebuy that. I still have yet to play it since I played the DS trilogy.
I'm going through it now. It's still very good. But
yeah, it's been on the list.
I mean, we can all dig into it a little later. Speaking of digging,
I'll give you that one too.
Yeah, all right.
TT seal of approval. Zara PO, you both put this on
You're
your
currently
list.
at a net 0.
We sure did. It blows my mind that we have only been playing Deep Rock since this February. Because it feels like we've been playing it for like 2 years.
They do a lot of events.
Yeah, I need to. Speaking of events, we need to play the Christmas one. Anyway,
Yeah.
One thing that I specifically really like about Deep Rock is its approach to like weapon mods. They all like every bit you can choose has a significant difference in feel. You're never like it's never like a tiny amount. You're not stacking 30 itsy bitsy modifiers. You pick like a handful of things that really matter and modifiers that substantially alter the guns. It's refreshing compared to some games where you're kind of nitpicking over 0.5% here and there.
Which is, it's good because you can have multiple of the same type of character on a team. You're not limited to one of each. So everybody can kind of have a different build, so to speak, use different weapons and kind of fill different roles. It's a very good game. I understand why it is successful.
The way they introduce stuff as well, like the seasons, which now are just you can swap between at any previous season. Like
That is really cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
They added that with the most recent one, and just the structure of introduce a new threat in one season, expand on it the next, introduce, expand.
Yeah,
It's led to some very cool groundwork of things.
It has made me tempted to try the like isometric game that they made. that is also Deep Rock. I can't remember what that
Aren't they
one's
also
called.
making a Vampire Survivor?
So
Everybody
there's
is.
let's see.
Possibly. I think there's 3 different Deep Rock games.
Yeah, Rogue Core is the upcoming one. I
Okay.
believe Survivor is the isometric
Yes.
one.
That's the one.
I don't believe it is a Vampire Survivor like, despite the name. I think it's more of a
I think it's more
tower
like a.
defensey kind of thing, like an Orcs Must Die sort of.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think you're right.
Interesting.
So
Okay, cool.
it's a cool game. It's a neat franchise. It's several years old at this point, but we're here now.
We are.
You know, it is a Vampire Survivor game.
I was gonna say somebody mentioned it.
Whoa!
TT, stop cutting my legs off.
When the hype started, I tried Vampire Survivors, and I didn't really get into it.
Mhm.
I think it starts you out. It starts you out with 3 characters, and I think 2 of them are the worst in the game.
Yeah.
Nah, that's fair.
What really nailed me is the mobile port of Vampire Survivors. Of like, I can just open that on my phone, and I have been playing that constantly to the point I got carsick once playing it.
That's fair.
Theo told me to put my phone down, and I didn't.
Oh no.
Yeah, that game especially, if you're that paired with a winding road, is gonna fuck you up. I already know it. That's too many directions your brain is being pulled.
It would be on my Game of the Year list if I had played enough of it when I was adding it onto this list. I have only just today beaten the quote-unquote final boss of the base game.
Good lord.
And I still have so much of the collection to unlock.
Very fair. Uh, I wanted to play more of this game, but I had to stop playing Vampire Survivors because I was getting to the point where I was like, I could play a little bit more Vampire Survivors. It's only like 10 minutes. And then we'll figure out what eat food means another day. And that can't be the state of things. You have to
It's
ask.
fine. It's only 30 minutes until you unlock the thing that makes it more than 30 minutes, and then your whole life is ruined.
I don't want my whole life to be ruined. Please. That's a lot of achang. I'm sorry, I'm in danger.
Oh.
Huh? Oh.
Boo.
Okay.
What? Come on! I thought that was fine. I translated a word.
Hey, this game's pretty cool, it turns out. I was not like a big I did not get my teeth into survival horror for a very long time. It's only a pretty recent thing in regards to that. And even then, it's still kind of hit or miss for me. Like, most people really liked Resident Evil 7. I'm pretty on it. Really liked 8. Crow Country is good.
Mm-hmm.
And so is this. It's...
What about Crow County?
Stop
I've
that.
never heard of it.
Suplexes you out of car.
This... I didn't really know what I was getting into, like, because I'd seen a lot about Signalis, like, on Twitter and things, but very little of it was about the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of it was women.
Oh man, is it?
Yeah, and then, I mean, so is the game, but in a very different way than, like, people, like, posting them, like, hugging and, like, being sweet with each other. The game isn't like that so much, except for, like, a few very key points.
It's that fucking meme someone posted where it's just SpongeBob in the fucked up hallway.
Yeah, a little bit. But like, I don't know how to properly articulate this. The game is. I wound up playing through the game on the super hard on the hard mode with the control with like the early control scheme that nobody liked to get an achievement, and I don't feel like that was a waste of time. I enjoyed doing it.
Oh,
That's cool.
For
Jesus.
reference, you have like 6
Inventory
slots in your
slots.
inventory.
The rule of 6.
There are 2 items called modules that in a patch they made it so that they didn't take up space in your inventory. They used to. And one of them was a flashlight, which was necessary to open doors in some rooms. So you basically cut an entire 1/6 of your inventory slot because you had to carry that around.
That sounds brutal.
Weird decision on that one, but pretty cool game.
All right.
Yeah.
I was curious about this next one here, TT.
Yep.
Whoa. Whoa.
Is it coming?
The void.
Nope.
I'm sure it's
No.
No.
Nope.
It's not that one.
Why is it?
This image doesn't exist.
Okay. No. Yeah. This image doesn't exist. I guess
Yeah. Well, it may exist. It may not.
it may not.
You'll have to find out.
Yeah.
You'll have to sit through several hours of dialogue to find out, and even then probably won't get a clear answer. Talking about Zero Escape games.
Yep.
And I guess Ushikoshi stuff in general,
Mm-hmm.
because I also played AI the Somnium Files immediately after playing these. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors is a very good game. Virtue's Last Reward is really, really good. Zero Time Dilemma exists. It's so real. Ooh, that could be its own discussion. But we got more stuff to cover.
We do.
The guy who makes these really likes twists. He really likes esoteric. He really likes characters talking about esoteric pseudoscience, and he really likes twists. And sometimes I think those twists work pretty well, and sometimes not. I think in 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, and I'm just gonna say 999. What the fuck am I doing? In 999 and Virtue's Last Reward, I think the twists work very well. Zero Time Dilemma, an extremely laughable twist that the game wants you to take very seriously.
Goodbye.
AI the Somnium File, a little easy to see coming, depending on if you click everything, but a pretty satisfying way of doing the twist. The second AI the Somnium File.
That's more or less what I've heard from the only other person I've heard talk about that game.
But they're pretty enjoyable. I like these stories. I like following these twists and turns. I like the mysteries. I like most of the puzzles, except for when they get a little bullshit and pixel hunty. Yeah, people really like these games, and I've only just discovered them myself.
I should dig into them more because I've only played a little bit of some of them. But that's because I'm afraid of puzzles. I'm not. What's Fear and Hunger?
Very contentious. I will not talk about it much, probably.
That's fair.
It's a game that hates you. I guess
does.
is probably the most succinct way to put it. I don't recommend it to anyone.
Hell yeah.
I first heard of it because I had passed by a number of lore videos on YouTube while working late at night, and it caught my interest.
Was one of those
yes.
videos Worm Girls?
What? No.
Ooh.
What is Worm Girls?
Worm Girl is a YouTuber who made very expansive Fear and Hunger videos for Fear and Hunger and Termina, as well as some other games. And I think she has they're very comprehensive. I like listening to her talk about these games. I played Fear and Hunger because of Super Eye Patch Wolf, and then I played Termina because of Worm Girl. But yeah, if anybody has watched
Yeah,
those,
I've seen those videos. They're really good.
I'd recommend them. Yeah, but that's fair.
Have to check those out.
But you're right. This game does hate you. It's so mean. It's full of stuff. So, warning: if you do want to try and play these, be cautious.
Yeah, I'm on the Steam page, and boy howdy, is it marked adult only.
Yeah. Please.
Wow.
With not a lot of further explanation, but I can probably use my imagination.
You can.
I think
I think this is the game that also has like limited saves.
yes.
It's rough.
I am curious because I don't know a lot of people who've played Fear and Hunger. Like, did you hit like the post game stuff, like I guess post game, like the second area of the game, I guess is a good way to put it.
I think I know what you mean. Yes.
Okay, cool. I know a lot of people that never reach that because they don't know what's there. And I think this game is very cool, but I do agree with you that I wouldn't recommend it to people, but I do really, really like it, and its awful horribleness. I don't know a better way to put its appeal.
Yeah, it is an interesting world with interesting mechanics. I don't think I could say anything about it without responses of revulsion or disdain. So
I get it.
Yeah.
It's the same nerve as like Pathologic.
It is
Like
a game
it's a game that hates you.
It is a game I will enjoy not playing but looking at wikis about.
Yeah, I like. Hey, TT, I really do recommend those Worm Girl videos if you want if you don't want to have to read it. Like they're very comprehensive, and they go over any possible like entrance and exit of the game. Anyway, all that being said, Fear and Hunger is well written. Speaking of writers,
Yeah, all right. I've given up.
listen. I'm thinking about stuff. Go.
Alan Wake. The first step of me playing all of the Remedyverse games.
Hey, I'm doing that too.
I've been doing that with one Jenny VTuber, and I think I've convinced her to join me on all of it. Much to her chagrin. So I don't know how fast it will happen, but she has like so little desire for it, but I don't think she's played it, so it's gonna be first for both of us. I'm sure we'll have fun. I think Remedy are a fascinating studio that have hired a guy I really like recently. But Alan Wake is a funny artifact to experience in 2024.
Energizing.
Not just that. I mean, there's that too, which is it's kind of quaintly nostalgic to see the ads. It's like such blatant ads in a video game.
They're so big.
It's like it really takes me back to a simpler time, and I'm weirdly wistful for it. All of this game takes me back to a simpler time, including a simpler time of what I would have really enjoyed as far as writing is concerned. Not to say I don't like Alan Wake's writing, but I think it would have hit harder when I was just out of high school. Which kind of sounds mean to say, but it is true.
They developed from it.
Yeah, it's fun to see, and I can't wait to see the growing timeline of what these games become more and more, because I think Remedy has fun ideas, and hopefully make something more fun to play, because Alan Wake is famously kind of just a mid third-person shooter when it's not doing its story stuff.
Having played through everything up to Control this year, I can say that Yeah, no, the goes places. It's very, very fun, and I'm really excited to play Alan Wake 2 when I get a chance.
Yeah.
You should see if you
Tempted to
can't
go
squeeze
back
in.
to it.
See if you can't squeeze in the first couple Max Paynes.
I did.
So you might
God.
I played all of
Might
them.
I've been
look up-
tempted to.
You might have to look on the Steam forums to what you need to download to make them work on modern hardware.
They don't
Let's
work
buy
well.
that shit for the PS2.
But yeah, Shakes, good luck on Remedy Excursion. Going through it myself, it gets better, but you got to get through some stuff.
I love what Remedy does with FMV. I'm so glad that Remedy, if no one else, Remedy will not let FMV die because it's so charming.
Hey, this stream had
It's
live
so very
actors.
funny how clearly dubbed it is. It's like, oh yeah, these are guys that don't speak English as a first language.
Hey, you know, it's live action should not go away.
Yeah, it's very fun to see.
Yeah.
Speaking of live action actors replicated in a game, there we go. I got you on this one.
Thanks. I was trying to think of how to get from Jerome to Gotham to here.
I was gonna say something about games that aren't for everyone.
That's also extremely fair.
Uh,
I have to mention this not just because it's true that I'm very late to the party, but because I also didn't realize when I played it how late I was. This motherfucker came out in 2015.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I thought this shit came out in like 2020. Like, what are you talking about, EA?
no.
Like, that was. I couldn't believe it. I was like, that's like the most staggering thing about the whole game experience for me.
I had to edit all these images, and this is the only one I tried to get rid of the logo for EA, but I didn't like how it looked, so I left it in. Anyway,
You should have just.
That's fair.
You should have took my stream banners because I started adding new things to it every time I streamed it.
Just throw a
Okay.
fucking fork in or something.
Okay, 2019. I thought you said 2015, and I was.
Oh, was it?
mind-boggled.
Okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not as mind boggled anymore, but 2019 is still a while ago.
It's like, there's
yeah.
no way this came out during the Obama administration.
I don't know why.
This
I
game
don't know.
could not exist.
People of America. Check this out.
I don't know. It felt like such a big gap that the bigger it got in my head, the more it still made sense. It was just like how did so much time pass between me knowing about this game and me playing it? Aside from the fact that I just didn't have money most of the time.
Yeah.
This game's cool. I think it's neat. I think it's pretty ambitious to try to make a sort of Metroidvania Dark Souls Star Wars game. Or more of a Sekiro, I guess. That's kind of more how it's fashioned.
Mm-hmm.
More or less.
Because
Yeah.
it's about like dueling and parrying and shit. I think it's neat. I think its story beats are are mostly good. I think their little pilot guy is very funny. But like
Grease.
it does, the Greasler with Mr. Squeezer himself over here.
Squeeze.
Your mentor lady's Deborah Wilson, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
She's.
her big ol' eyes.
I was going to mention Deborah Wilson in this game, also in Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League as
Well,
Amanda
yeah.
Waller.
Yeah,
There's a whole
yeah.
thing where she came on stage and everyone was confused.
And I was like, yeah!
Also extremely hot evil Jedi Inquisitor woman.
The second
Yeah.
sister.
Please call me. God, man. One of the prettiest ladies I've seen in the video game, actually. Was that also just a facial scan, or is that just a
Yes,
fake
yeah,
person?
she's a
Okay.
real actress, and
I was
she's
gonna
still
say, that
never
actress-
appeared. She's never appeared in a live action Star Wars thing,
Well,
which is a crime.
it makes more sense that she didn't appear than this guy.
Well, there was a
Given the
TV show
events.
about the Inquisitors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like she could have just been there, but no, she wasn't.
coulda.
Instead, they put Darth Vader.
Yeah, they put him in this game too.
Yeah, true.
That's the shit that I can't stand. Is they keep fucking shoving Darth Vader into Star Wars games. It's just like, yeah.
Actually,
Yeah, we
kind of
get
like
it.
in this game.
It's
I like his
alright.
depiction in this game, but yeah, I know it's a little tiring.
I like him in the same way I like that giant fish that eats the big fish in episode 1.
That is a wild sentence.
You know,
You think
I
you're
think I
hot
get it.
shit? This guy's hotter shit.
all right. Yeah, I can agree with that.
There,
I can agree
there
with
is
that
always a
sentiment.
bigger fish.
It's true.
I can fully agree with that sentiment tied with that metaphor. Like it's
Fantasia.
but yeah, it's man, Darth Vader just showing up and doing insane force shit in any Star Wars property past the prequels has just made me very tired every single time. Like this one
Yeah.
at least was like at least it had relation to the Jedis and shit, so like whatever. What hasn't? But like yeah, it wasn't as bad as Rogue One, but it gave me that Rogue One taste.
I'm sorry. That's fair.
Still a very fun game, and I really can't wait to play the sequel because the sequel looks like insane and doing a lot of neat things that Ubisoft is not doing with their Star Wars games, where they should have, because they were not making a game about a Jedi, which should have been so much more interesting.
Unfortunately,
Did
it's not.
they ever make that game run well, or is it still in a we're waiting for
They updated.
has-
technology to become
There
so
has been
powerful it can just punch
patches.
There's update.
There
there's
has been
updates
patches,
to
but
make it work, yeah.
I think it's still pretty rough around the edges in some places
Unless you got a new
Crazy.
fancy computer.
and on some hardware.
My computer
insane.
actually has problems with Fallen Survivor.
Oof.
Or Fallen Order,
It is like oh man, looking at that game, I can't wait to uninstall the first game so I can have half the room that the sequel needs.
90 gigabytes.
It's so.
it was
big.
like no, it was like 158, wasn't it?
It's so big. It's 100 something. It's gigantic.
Yeah.
It was what the fuck was it like? Oh yeah, I'm having trouble finding it because it also organizes itself in a really weird way alphabetically on Steam. I
Yes.
don't know how they did that. It makes no sense to me.
155 gigabytes.
Ludicrous.
That's so big.
That's stupid.
That's so fucking.
It is a
massive.
very pretty game, but yeah,
It says it only
there's
says
no reason for
130
it
on
to be
mine,
that
but
size.
I'm sure
Game
it's gonna patch
developers have
30
forgotten
more.
how to like compress data.
Yeah,
EA
It's
most of
unnecessary.
all.
It's half that and half everyone is bundling in their 4K textures.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
that should not
like,
come standard.
For a time it didn't. Dragon Age Inquisition has its 2K textures as a separate download.
I mean,
That's fascinating.
4K gaming is becoming more the mainstream these days.
That's true.
I have a 2K monitor and I don't even use all of it.
I know. I same.
I use
have-
1080 of it.
Well,
exactly.
Hey everybody, we can worry about the future of gaming and the pit that exists in front of us later. Right now,
We do have a section for that, yes.
yeah. Let's look at some of the games that weren't on our categories that we did still enjoy. The honorable mentions. These games might not have been on our list, but they could still be considered some of the best.
Is someone getting the best? The best? The best? The
I see.
best? The best? The best?
I'm not.
The best? The
That's fine.
best? The best? The best?
use the right
The
version.
best? The 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 best?
That was it.
Okay.
Anyway,
So we, from content warning all the way down to Helldivers 2 couldn't fit the last one on there, but we had a bunch of games that were really cool this year. Before
It was just Zelda.
yeah, it was
It was just Zelda because
Echoes
of Wisdom. I think it was neat.
It is pretty neat. But before we move on too far from here, guys, I wanted to share. I wanted to go over some awards that aren't normally on our traditional gaming stuff. That's the wrong one. Somebody go turn that off. Because I would like to give each of you some awards. Uh, so hey everybody, welcome to the part of the awards.
Seems like
show.
it could be a murder weapon.
It could be. They're very sharp, but they're on the screen, so they're not actually in front of us to hurt us. So don't worry. See, yeah, it's fine. So, every year I try to make some awards for my panel folks here to, just as a, I don't know, I appreciate all of you for doing this with me. And since we have new folks here, I wanted to make sure I got you guys some awards too. So, 3 years running, TT, with the Does Games Quick Award. I'm not gonna lie, TT, I don't know how you finish games so fast and get all the achievements.
You're free of the shackles of streaming, mostly.
That's probably it. But also, I be trying to play games just by myself. Ain't no way I'm hitting credits like you are. I am. Yeah, God.
I have been better about achievement brain,
That's
but
fair.
yeah, I still dive in a little.
I think it's pretty impressive.
104 perfect on Steam currently.
Good shit. That's sick. Congratulations on the Does Game Quick Awards 3 years in a row. Up next, Fiona. This was originally called the Guide, but I went with the North Star Award. Fiona, there are a lot of games that we stream together or that I play with you in the passenger seat there, and I do think it is rather invaluable to have you along for those rides because I can get lost in sauce and dumb ideas pretty easily, and having someone knowledgeable there to help guide that experience makes it a lot less frustrating. So thank you for always being there to provide assistance when you can. I really do appreciate it. Final Fantasy V would have been awful without your assistance. I would probably still be on Final Fantasy II. Thank you for being a North Star in the games we play.
Thank you for the award. I don't know what to say.
It's okay. Sarah, what's up?
I'm just looking at the little guy.
Little guy.
Them big old eyes.
I want to thank you. I wanted to provide you with the Greatest Corbett Award. Congratulations for the VTuber debut and like the bigger streams and stuff you've done this year. The effort and time you put into like making stuff and the stuff you care about, I think is commendable and should be recognized as well. I think everybody's looking for the next big thing from our favorite storyteller, but I personally want to thank you as someone who's been along with you for a bunch of those streams and things like that. Thank you for allowing me to bumble publicly. I have a great time doing it, and I think it's always a good time when I get to hang out with you and just play games or whatever, literally.
Oh, I appreciate it, and there'll be more of that in the new year, I'm sure.
Fantastic! I can get a whole new bowl of M&Ms.
I still have a clip for that.
I know. B-Drops. I would like to provide you with the damn son. Where'd you find this award?
Wait, what did?
B-Drops. One thing I can count on every single year is that my friends generally have impeccable taste. I play a lot of video games. I think I play a very, very wide gamut of them. And a lot of those I find through friends. The amount of games that you have introduced me to by just playing them or talking about them or mentioning them is kind of dumb high. I went through a little Excel sheet that was like, who have I seen the most games from? It is you by a rather large margin. So thank you for finding games that I might not otherwise find. Thank you for having good taste and wanting to share that with people. I routinely believe that you have some of the more interesting and cool interests of everybody that I know, and I want to recognize you for helping bring that to people, and helping people find joy even if you don't intend to do it.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm surprised that I'm any higher than middling on the list, let alone at the top. I would have figured numerically I might not. Hell, I didn't stream most of this year.
No, it's not. But it's not always games you stream. It's just stuff you talk about sometimes. But hey, I always enjoy seeing the games I do find via you.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
There you go.
I had to do it once.
There you go. Okay. Shakes, I would like to award you with the All Together Now award. You get people together to do stuff for events, for streams, for anniversaries, things like that. You have a knack for gathering folks together to do something fun. Prior years, this was the Co-op Captain Award. This actually went to Zara the past couple times. You are our first new recipient of this award. And
yeah, suck it. 4 more years.
Jesus Christ. Okay, we'll see what happens next year, but
sorry, please go.
You're very welcome.
Very nice things you're saying.
So I do want to thank you for celebrate you for being a beacon for us to hop together, play some games, and just have a good time together. I think it is important that people do play games together. I notably am so worried about playing video games with people. It's not often that I will choose to do it. If I can break a game first, I break that rule fairly frequently for you. So I do thank you for putting out those invitations to bring people together. It's a very good thing to do. Very important.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's one of my, especially in the realm of streaming, it is my favorite thing. Solo entertaining is all well and good or whatever, but I just like sharing stuff.
Me too. It's a good time. So I try to play weird games, but hey. And Pio, I would like to provide you with the Creator Award. So Pio, you started making games this year. Did you not?
Technically, yes.
Technically, yes. I'm correct. I don't know how to put it. I don't know how you always find something new to just dive into and start making crazy shit at. From just some art to, animation now. 3D. I made a video game. Like, seeing you develop these skills, combine them all together to make new things is mind-boggling, highly inspiring, and something I always look to whenever I feel like I want to try something, because I know there's an example of just start trying to make something, and I'm always impressed with the things you make. I am always excited for the next thing you're going to try and implement. Of everyone I know, I think this award fits you the most. You are a maker of things that I think bring people happiness. And I am so excited for our public opinion direct in a couple of years when we can see.
Well, fingers crossed. We'll see how it goes.
But yes, thank you for being the creator. I really do appreciate it. And
well, thank you.
Of course. And I did do things this year, so
Shit's rigged.
I'm gonna give myself host of the year. So sorry, everybody else.
No, all those things I hosted.
Listen, hey, sometimes you just the guy behind the buttons, and no one.
This is just Shakes of the Award, but better.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No. These are two very different awards. This award is only about this stream right here.
Damn. This is what I get for unifying.
I do want to thank everybody for making stuff and.
I'm sure you get one. You get to hold it. It just means he's going to be the prime suspect for the murder.
I don't know what you're talking about. Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
There they are.
Yeah. You happy now?
No.
Oh god, they're all in the same layer.
Yeah, they're all the same layer.
Why would you do that?
Listen, it's hard being me.
House of the Year award rescinded.
No!
Handle those buttons better.
I'm doing a good job. Please don't let me lose my award. I just got this. I mean, the wrong one. Go away. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, now switch to another layer and never touch this one again.
No, this one's going away too. I don't know why I did all that.
I'm going to stuff this behind my back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go put these on a shelf actually, so that we can look at them whenever we want. But yes, everybody. I don't know about y'all, but that was a lot of previews, and we haven't seen anything yet. Is anybody else hungry?
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
Yes.
Yes, Wordsy.
Fantastic.
I use a snack. Let's all go to the lobby.
We should go to the lobby. TT, are you actually? Do you want to get up and grab something to eat?
It's fine.
Okay, cool. So
We need to finish the
I definitely
stream at
didn't do
some
that
point
once.
tonight.
that's fine. Hey, everybody, welcome to the concession stand.
Y'all got any pencil nut candy in here?
Stop. You can't. You can't do that to me. We don't. Let me put on my little concession hat
Y'all
first.
got anything diabetic friendly?
Yeah, probably. But hi, welcome. Hi everybody. It's me, Wordsy. Welcome to Concessions. So, we have POs and we have B drops as snack chips. We have.
Okay, it was a little fucked up, but I'm not sure I'm okay with it.
No, go on.
If you're thirsty, we have some TT based juice.
It's tea, Wordsy. The name already sounds like a beverage.
It's just the exact same color. What did you do?
I just work at the concession stand.
TT, what did you do? One of you is to blame for this. And I don't know which answer I don't like more.
What's important is we also have flaming hot Fionas. They're a little hot candy. We don't really accept money here. I will only accept your explanations for your top video games of the year.
Oh.
It's the only thing I'll take.
What we're doing here?
Yeah, it's the only thing I'll take.
That's...
It's the only thing I'll accept.
I've eaten already.
No, Shakes, come on. Please. I need this. I need this.
Well, could you give us an example?
I can.
Getting him sprung a bit on us, motherfucker.
So if you guys will look at the little order board there, I'll give you an example here first. My top 5 games would include Starstruck Hands of Time. We talked about a little earlier. I think again this game is really special just as a video game and how it displays its gameplay to you and its story. I think it's super, super fun, and overall, I really want.
This is not what I envisioned.
No, right?
When you were describing it,
it's fucking nuts. It's super fun, and I really, really enjoy it. And the game is way creepier than I thought it would be. The story is really interesting. I think the characters are all great, and our friend here, Edwin, might be being corrupted by darkness. but you know, I really really love this game, and I want more people to give it a shot if they can. But yeah, that's Starstruck. That was one of my top 5s for the year. Next up, well, so I really, really enjoyed Elden Ring. Um, I think Shadow of the Erdtree was impeccable. I had a really good time going through the whole thing, getting to the final boss. Uh, I I can't like it was very difficult. I spent like 2 days on it, and then I one shot everything else, which is normal for most Dark Souls games as I've run through them. The narrative, the visuals, the connection between new characters and everything, the connection to the main game, and what we learn about Marika and her people and all that stuff was all incredible, top to bottom. Really, really enjoyed Shadow of the Erdtree, and I'm glad it was not revealed that we would be playing more of it soon. I'm glad it is over. It did not need to be longer. Playing through the whole game just to get to the DLC wasn't a fun time. But this is a pretty great one for me.
I'm glad that we'll never have to see Limgrave again.
This was my best worst game, sorry. Mine Cop, incredible mystery. You play as this little Mine Cop guy. Linda is here with you. You're solving a little mystery. It's really, really fun. The thing that makes this game stand out to me is when you dive into people's minds, you get access to a truth about the world and something that they've seen, a lie, which is not necessarily hard fact, and then an uncertainty, same thing. It could be a truth or a lie, but it is something maybe the character doesn't the person you are diving into their mind fully understands, or something like that. I find that aspect of the game so interesting that it made the rest of the game great for me. These 3 doors are so cool. What they show you and represent for different characters is incredible, and I think it's one of the more interestingly written games I've ever played. Also, you can do mind bullet like chess. I think it's fun. But yeah, Mind Cop is great. Mouthwashing.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to talk about mouthwash.
No,
I feel like we've not talked about it.
No, I'm gonna talk about it. So mouthwashing, at least for me, what stood out was video games I don't get to play twice often. I get to play through them once, and I play up not like recognizing things or something like that sometimes, but for mouthwashing, oh, strong woman. This is Indica, but I can here. Wait, hold on, Indica. For mouthwashing in particular, playing through it a second time and seeing what characters were actually saying, seeing how people were interacting, really, really changed my mind on a lot of like my initial perceptions of the game. And playing through it a third time did that again. It was mentioned earlier, this is like maybe one of the best written games, you know, and I can only agree because I couldn't find a better like source of things to think about. I think about mouthwashing pretty regularly, and I think about the characters of mouthwashing pretty regularly, especially Yimby and Curly.
Yeah, your boy Yimby.
Yeah, I love Yimby. It's full of interweaving and things that are recontextualized that are neat, and it it features one of the most hateable people I've ever gotten to experience in a video game, to the point where I was typing big long messages to people and then deleting them because that's not fair to dump 2,000 characters into your DMs over a guy from mouthwashing. It's that good. And lastly here, Indica, yes. Indica was a surreal story. I love what the devs did with the camera, with the interactions this rebellious nun had with the people around her. I was enwrapped the entire time. This cold place is full of wild shit, and again, the gameplay shifts like this are insane. I really, really, really enjoy everything this game does from top to bottom, and it's funny, it's scary, it's got great everything. Again, if you haven't played Indica, I think it's worth the experience whenever you can get it. But yeah, now that I've told you about my top 5 games, I can pick up some snacks. But I'm working the stance. I'll have to do that later.
Yeah, it sucks. They still make you pay for it, even though you work there.
I get a discount. I drew all of them. I get a discount.
That's just losing the sales tax.
It's true. So anyway, everybody's in absolutely the wrong order, but that's okay.
I was gonna say, are you expecting? You put me at the front of the line. Is this just to say, or do you want to actually go with the dock order?
Yeah, Zara, what are you picking up?
Yeah, Zara,
you got Junior Mints.
I sure. You know what? I do have Zara-based Junior Mints. They're off screen behind the buttered popcorn.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Move that shit over.
No, I don't want to move the stand right now.
I can't see beyond the borders of our reality.
Sarah, before I sell you these mints, what are your top games of the year?
Well, you may have heard of one of them.
I have. Wait, I think
it's not the order I expected it to be in. That's okay. Yeah, web fishing. It's up there. It's just a good, solid game that it's almost more of like a social platform with fishing. But
it's described as such.
Yeah, I think it's just basically like a chat room, but
it's functionally an IRC.
Fish. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a neat idea. As somebody who wasn't involved with the IRC era as much, I was an MSN boy. It's a pretty cool game. I like it.
Sick.
It's fun.
Yeah, this is weird.
Hey, it's Peglin. Have you ever thought, I wish I could play Peggle forever?
A little bit.
You can just you can just do that. You can just play Peggle forever. But you can also play Peglin. Jacob Geller has talked about this game. Noodle, the YouTuber, has talked about this game. It's really, really good. It's just Peggle, but also a roguelike. Which, yes, you can roll your eyes at that, but it works very, very well. And will suck hours of your life away from you as you continually throw balls at pegs.
I played an awful lot of Peggle once upon a time.
It's if you ever like played Peggle and was like, hell yeah, give Peglin a shot, because it's fantastic.
Does it make good
It is not in early access.
No, yeah.
It is fully released now, and it's very good. I hope they put more content in the game, because it's great. Here's a game. Dale and Dawson Stationery Supplies. I couldn't really fit it anywhere else into the awards, but this might be my favorite. It's not perfect, but I think this is my favorite like hidden role multiplayer game. Just because it facilitates the role play of an office so well that you just kind of wander around and just have fun in an office setting. The only problem that I have with it is the fact that once you get eliminated, then you're kind of just out. And you have nothing to do for the rest of the round, which is unfortunate. I wish that there was something better to do with that, but other than that, I think it's a very good hit and roll game. I enjoy it a lot. It's this one again.
Yeah.
Some kind of poker game.
I think there's a clown.
I think there's a clown involved.
Oh.
There he is. Yeah, Balatro. It's like a perfect video game. That's even like the sound design and all the little like blips and clicks and everything that it does as you play and get points is so satisfying. The way it lights the point counter on fire once you get a lot of points is just, it's fantastic. And then the Joker makes fun of you if you lose.
Yeah.
And there's so many different Jokers in the game that you want to like collect them all. But it's really hard. I don't know. It's just, it does exactly what it needs to do very, very well. And when you get onto a good run, I mean, this goes for both Peglin and for Balatro, but when you get a good run going, it's so satisfying.
Hey.
And of course, Nine Souls is going to be in my top 5 games of all time, but it's really just that good. Like I said, it's all hand-drawn animation, very satisfying combat, difficult but rewarding, and yeah, I don't really. It is much more like Sekiro than any other. Like, it is a 2D Sekiro at its core, hands down. But it does it very well, and it gives you enough movement and everything to have fun with it. Like I said, I am probably going to stream this in the new year at some point, and if anyone wants to join me and make funny voices for all the characters, I would more than appreciate it. Because and if this game definitely has some like furry designs, but they're pretty good. Like everything in this game is very well designed.
I would agree. I can't wait. That sounds like a lot of good times. Well, I have your top 5s there. I'll get your order as soon as I have everybody's. Fiona.
I'm an anarchist, so you're not getting my top 5s. So I had played Dishonored 2 beforehand, and I completed the Asylum level and then kind of stopped playing there. This is actually no, I did a little bit of the Clockwork Mansion. This year I finally finished it. And it turns out that as much as I enjoyed the game, the best was yet to come. It has one of my favorite levels in it just shortly after. And it was very inventive, and I enjoy what Emily's powers are in comparison to Corvo's, and the ability to actually play as a loud but non-lethal person.
Oh, that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can see the best level here in that you get a little bit of time travel, and it's a lot of fun.
A little bit of time travel.
Says a
It
treat.
goes a long way.
Yeah. Cool.
I have my complaints about it. Like, I think Emily should have been the only playable character. I think Corvo's just there because you don't want to play a nasty girl for some people. But overall, it's very good.
It's fair enough. Dontrell.
So I like Final Fantasy XIV. Endwalker ended its storyline like everything that had been set up, and I wasn't entirely sure how if I'd stick around. Post Endwalker patch was kind of but Dawn Trail is a lot of fun, and it has Best Girl Luke Lamont as effectively the main character. You are more of a mentor role in this one, and I think that is the perfect choice to do with where the Warrior of Light is in that story. And it's good.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. The shit rules. Boom.
I mentioned Rabbit and Steel earlier, and it's just so much fun, and I find it funny that they're I think it's most fun in single player actually, because I think it can actually get quite frustrating multiplayer if people are messing each other up. But
That's me.
it's I like almost all of the characters. Heavy Blade can get fucked. And I've sunk. It's not a long game. Like, runs take 10 minutes, and I have sunk 66 hours into it. It is good.
I've never seen some of these mechanics.
That dragon, I fucking hate that dragon.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
not even the worst dragon.
I know. It's just, that's the most frustrating one to me from what I remember.
Nah, Frog.
Like, it's
the most frustrating always.
Frog. Maybe my view of Frog is slightly. I missed the soundtrack discussion, but Frog does have the best song.
It's true. It does.
So I feel like I grew softer on Frog, if only because I got to listen to the song.
Nice. Thank you for your payment, Fiona. TT, you're up next.
Yeah, just put some dye on the red vines and call them purple vines, and let's move on.
Okay.
Sorry, we are closed. I mean, sorry, we're closed. This kind of came out of nowhere for me. I saw some people talking about it on Twitter while I was on early access, and I kind of just tried it on a whim, and I wound up really liking it. You are Michelle, a girl who is not over her now 3 years ex-girlfriend, who kind of just gets pulled into a curse where a big, powerful demon says, hey, you gotta love me, or stuff's gonna get real bad real fast. And...
Oh, it's not liking this.
Oh.
It's not liking this at all. Keep going.
As you can see, it's got the switching, third-person tank controls to the first-person shooting. It's got some real fun characters, a lot of ability to replay it, and I just think it's very stylish and very well done.
Very fair.
So,
Not sure.
Is the whole story
There it
kind
is.
of crapping up?
No, there it is. I think so.
I think
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank goodness you're here still. Yeah, I said most of what I was going to say about this earlier. It's a fun game. That's the person Matt Berry voices, the gardener. It's just a very, I saw some interview videos from Cole Supper, the developers, just very excited to put their own little dorky spin on, the place they're from.
Watching you play it, it was really charming. So thank you for showing that to me, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next,
I just opened Steam for Sorry We're Closed and it blasted with Whiteburger playing it right this second.
Oh.
That's a real weird coincidence.
Crow
It says watch developer
Country.
play? Sorry, never mind.
It's all good.
Crow Country is. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. I did not expect. I think that's true for many players and also the developers, apparently. This really took off, and I think it entirely deserved to. The story goes ways you wouldn't expect, but it does not feel like jarring or bad, and it's not the longest thing in the world, but I think it does everything it needs to in this time it has.
Okay.
I wish I was better at it.
Yeah, I also really, really liked Another Crab's Treasure. It's... If you get a shell you like, there are ways to hang on to it, and I really, really liked the ones that let you just kind of do a rollout attack on people. Just even in this game, I can find the way I do in most Souls games, which is just keep hitting them and break their poise to knock them. Incredibly well designed, incredibly fun to look at, incredibly fun to play, and just a lot more heart in it than, you know, the Souls genre or the kind of SpongeBob-y look would make you think.
Is your computer okay?
My internet's the problem.
And again,
Yeah.
I forgot this came out 2023, but the DLC came out this year. Alan Wake 2 is a good game, and the DLC, I was very happy to play it after figuring out some computer things that meant it would not crash my computer. The Lake House is really a good time. It's a very good mid. Just kind of a funny thing they're doing, sort of setting each other up in the last DLC so far. I like what Remedy does, even if I'm not like the biggest person who talks about the shit they do.
I think they do cool things.
And it made me excited to see more from them.
That's why. One moment. I figured out the culprit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we want to let this connection stabilize a bit?
Popcorn caught on fire.
Yeah, my popcorn maker maybe died a little bit. 1 second.
Somebody's apron strings got caught in the hot dog roller.
I love Final Destination.
Come on.
I was thinking Simpsons, but okay.
I don't know. It sounded like a stupid death that would be in like Final Destination 7.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that solved our issue.
I saw somebody talk about having their own almost Final Destination moment when they went to pick something up and their long hair came very close to the edge of the vacuum cleaner that they forgot to turn off.
Jesus.
Rip their entire scalp off.
No, thankfully it didn't wind up connecting, but they realized it with, like, abject terror.
Yeah, I bet. Like, it's probably not going to be insanely horrific, but damn, you ain't coming out of that without, like, a chunk.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I guess you just reach over and turn off the vacuum cleaner. You might be able to get out of that one okay, but it's gonna hurt.
Just like Donkey Kong's coconut gun.
When the Grim Reaper shoots you, it's gonna hurt.
Jesus, no. Please don't shoot me, Grim Reaper.
Yeah, with his famous gun.
If the Grim Reaper had a gun, I feel like he'd be more efficient.
Just as a soul robber.
Okay. I think we're good. Okay. So... yeah, sorry about any connection issues, folks. Should be under control. Shakes.
Hello. What snack do I get? I didn't. What's on the menu? What's my special snack? Tell me.
Your special snacks? I think it was just takoyaki, but on the little.
God damn it!
Oh no, on the little thing full of chips next to the POs and the B drops, there's like a Splatoon based takoyaki.
Also known as takoyaki.
Yeah.
Anyways, what? Mouthwashing, huh?
Yeah.
I guess there's mouthwashing now. It's still mouthwashing. I think, yeah, this is but
I was wrong.
But definitely of this year, and I think everyone handled that as well as you think they did. It's a game with nuance. People love that. People love interpreting nuance, and don't go in black and white on every character thing all the time and start discourse about it.
I think that's not true.
What are you talking about? Gamers are so smart.
Interesting.
This guy, it's kind of insane how much of an audience this game attracted to start that level of, like...
Is it?
People engaging with fiction. I mean, like, it's great and everything. I just, you know, it surprises me how widespread it got. It kind of a weirdly similar crowd to the Signalis fan art crowd.
Fair.
Anyways, yeah, web fishing. Fucking game of all time. Great game to play with a bunch of pals when you're sick. Was having a miserable time. Physically ill, and just sat around playing this game while talking. And man, it was really nice. I haven't really played much since that day, but it was just like, I don't know, it's just like, it feels like if I can't get enough pals together at once, I don't know why, you know, it'd be tough for me to play it again. Just
like,
given how social it is.
Huh.
It is a shared space more than a video game at times.
Okay. Interesting. I like kind of like Animal Crossing was for a little bit, like a couple years back.
To a degree. I think
Yeah.
Animal Crossing at least does good at giving you solo things to do, and web fishing doesn't not give you things to do alone. Like, you know, there is a whole fishing game and a lot of grinds to do on that front. There's a loop that you can easily do by yourself, but I think, and that's not going to change when people are around. It's just going to give you some people to shoot the shit with while you do the grind. Because that's all fishing is, baby. It's just chilling, grinding the sea.
Fair enough.
Anyways, Metal Slug Tactics. Now here's a fucking video game. Here's a trailer that doesn't represent anything because it's all animated. Oh no, okay, they had some preview build stuff. Man, Metal Slug Tactics is a game that I was looking forward to all year, and it came out, and I was perfectly happy with it. Like, outside of some weird glitches that I'm sure they're still trying to isolate and patch out to this day. You know, games, sometimes you find shit. This game is one of the best, like, love letters to the Metal Slug franchise, and I can't even claim to be, like, a super knowledgeable fan. Like, I haven't, like, beaten, like, more than one Metal Slug game, technically. But, like, man, it is packed to the brim with, like, references to the entire history of the franchise, early bosses and stuff, the various kinds of, like, weird weapons and quirks and, like, backstories everybody has. Like, it probably did the first. I don't know if it's the first, but it feels like the most involved they've ever gotten into treating these characters like characters and actually writing things for them, which was probably the biggest shock of it. Like we got full-on character interactions and like little fun little unique epilogues and stuff. When you complete people's story, yeah, you better pause that because I got a lot to say about Metal Slug Tactics. But also just as a we've all been justifiably rolling our eyes as everything becomes a roguelite these days. I am a person who agrees with it, even though it's also the kind of game that I'm eating, saying more slop please for so much of the time. There probably should be less of them overall, but I think Metal Slug Tactics makes it work, especially in the nature of it having of its own replayability. I think the way it handles being a roguelite is one of the better ways. Like it drip feeds its own stuff to you per run. So it encourages the point of a roguelike tactics game of trying new things, because you get to try one thing for a while and then it goes, hey, here's some stuff you can do. Why don't you try that? Now here's some unique objectives to do, and like it builds up and it actually provides a storyline at the end that you can complete. It's just so well implemented and it looks gorgeous and it sounds great. It's a very fun tactics game, and Fiona's over there. This woman's full name is not Fiona, and I keep fucking forgetting that. It's Fiolina Theo. It just auto-completes, because there's also a girl named Leona. So I just start saying Theo, and that just automatically attaches itself. No, Theo is the greatest of all time. There's no one better than her out there in video games. Truly magnificent creature, and who also gets a weirdly like cool relationship with a character who's more associated with King of Fighters these days.
Is that Ralph?
No, with Leona.
Oh, okay.
The one I keep mixing her up with. They get a cool little post-game epilogue together. They have a conversation about doing something, and the epilogue is about them doing it. And it never occurred to me that these characters would like actually interact meaningfully until this game. So, if nothing else, Metal Slug Tactics did that for me, and I thank it every day. Yeah, this is my number one. Like, it's not the last one I'm talking about now because we got to talk about Tactical Breach Wizards. I feel like I said all, like, while P.O. was talking about it, he covered my points and I added mine. Tactical Breach Wizards is just a sick ass puzzle game masquerading as a tactics game. It is a game I had to stop myself from being a completionist to beat, though, because there's bonus objectives to every mission.
Mm-hmm.
And for 99% of that game, I refuse to do the missions without completing all bonus objectives in a single go. And I only didn't do that for one that felt like it was glitching and wouldn't let me do, and one that was literally impossible in a bonus mission. So I will be going back to doing that and making it possible. But I was priding myself on solving this game as I played it. Like, it's very doable. I would say almost 100% of this game can be done in one run. There's just one case where it's literally impossible in a bonus mission. But yeah, and also just great storytelling, and world building and stuff. Like, if you love detailed world building, Tactical Breach Wizards will scratch your itch. Anti-Blast! I'm in this game. But also it's very good. Kind of, I don't know if it helps or hindered. I guess it didn't hinder, but I always felt a little sorry for Anti-Blast having to come out so close to Pizza Tower. But I think they were I don't think like either of the devs cared, because I realized they're like, fuck yeah, we're all making Wario likes. Everybody was so down to, and I feel like a lot of the people who were playing it were like, yeah, they're far enough apart where it's just like, Who cares? We get more. It's more of the thing that we enjoyed. I gotta beat Pizza Tower still. I'm almost done with Antiblast, and it's so good. Like, this game they have cooked this game for so many years, and it shows. Like, it's great. I hope they fix the thing where the cat gets stuck in the floor, though, because that's apparently like, the biggest known bug, and the Discord server says stop bringing it up. 'Cause it's apparently been they need to work out some kinks, but like, yeah, just music, presentation, it just feels good to play. Also, it's very smooth. Even if you're not like super keen on tight platforming, I think there's still a lot to be enjoyed about its movement.
Super fair. Thank you.
And number 6
You can't do this to me.
it's Slay the Princess.
Okay.
But I don't have I've said what I wanted to say about Slay the Princess, but it's definitely barely made out of the top 5.
Okay. But it would be otherwise.
Yeah.
Hey, Pio.
All right. Hey, I also thought mouthwashing was really good. My response after playing it was, "Wow, what a nightmare!" And that, like,
Man.
I feel that describes a lot of my feelings about it, in that it is a nightmare executed very well and gut-wrenching. It's really, like, takes advantage of the format of a video game for storytelling.
Big agree.
What else do we got?
I believe this is Dragon's Dogma 2.
Dragon's Dogma 2. So, Dragon's Dogma 2 is janky and has problems. Just like Dragon's Dogma. So if you love Dragon's Dogma, I think you'll probably like Dragon's Dogma 2. I did. There's nothing else doing it quite like it. So if you want that thing, you gotta go to Dragon's Dogma. I've yet to knuckle down and get like the true ending, but it's still weird, and it's still Dragon's Dogma. It's got if you like it, you do. And I did.
No, I think that's like truly the most apt way to describe Dragon's Dogma, I think.
Let's see.
Satisfactory.
Oh, Satisfactory. A highly addicting game, now in 1.0. I think I put this on my list last time, but now it's released for real.
Yes.
And it's got new helmets you can wear. I know that, like, they kind of, it seems like they had like an initial idea for the narrative, plot that they kind of jettisoned, because I guess they felt like it wound up clashing with stuff. And I was overall pretty happy with,
good lord,
how it goes in the game. You can. It also helps that, like, the way I played seems to mesh with how the devs intend you to play. I know a lot of people encounter like a lot of friction when trying to super maximize, but I was, for the most part, pretty happy with doing things the way I was doing them, and the game didn't get in my way too much. So yeah, if you like the kind of game where you handwrite a page of notes and flowcharts alongside on your desk, then this will do it.
Somebody described this to me.
So many pages of flowcharts.
Someone described Satisfactory to me as like the ultimate menu game, and I think it is pretty close. That's a lot of menus for sure.
The menus are, I'd say for me it's less about the menus and more about making things in 3D space.
That's fair.
Tactical Breach Wizards. I did not do like a lot of bonus objectives I didn't go out of my way to do on my first go through. So I add a lot of, uh, you know, after I beat the campaign, going back through to round those up. And like
You
it's
didn't wear a bunch of stupid costumes during big story missions.
oh, I absolutely wore some stupid costumes, but
I guess you were in enough pretty early.
yeah, it wasn't until post game that I got all the stupid costumes. I had to prioritize. Yeah, I like it. You know, there is like a lot of extra, bonus challenges, and there's a level editor. I've not
Oh, yeah.
dove in to see if the community has made any new wacky challenges, but it's there. At some point there is more I could go back to. Yeah,
We should
fine.
probably make some. We should make some levels for each other.
Hmm.
That
Well,
seems like an awesome time, actually.
I will keep that
Making-
into consideration. There
Yeah.
were Breach Wizards. I liked it. It's got good style and good gameplay. Another Crab's Treasure. Like I said before in the surprise, I really liked it, or I was very surprised by how much I loved the storytelling. Like the direct narrative is often not the focus of a Souls-like game. A lot of them kind of inherit the FromSoft, being vague and not very specific, and like having kind of a cipher of a main character who you create. But being very specific worked out well for Another Crab's Treasure. And I I hear there's like going to be a free content update. I don't know if there's like a release date on that yet. That'll have a new game plus and some new stuff. So I'm really looking forward to that. I also very tempted to try again with like trying to do like the main storyline backwards, because it's seems possible, and I'm curious how resilient the game or how it treats that.
Fascinating. Okay.
Yeah, you can kind of like do a Ring the Bells of Awakening backwards type deal if you know in advance where to go.
That's really neat. Okay. I just heard that game had a gun and I wanted to try it, but that seems cool.
I've not tried the gun yet.
Fair.
There's an achievement for using the gun.
Bang bang. And to round us out, B drops.
Hi, I would like to order, if you could take one of those large popcorn buckets and just make me like a sort of immaculate slop of everything that you have there at the stand, I would appreciate it.
I can do that.
Thank you. In the meantime, I think I've suddenly realized that there is like a weird theme amongst my list of entries here for this year, and it is consequences. In various ways, for sure, for each one. I will try to talk about Fear and Hunger in a way that isn't going to get you in trouble with Twitch.
Thank you.
So
I mean, as long as we don't show anything, it's probably fine.
So, one of, I think, the core philosophies of how to manage playing this damn game is that everything you do has terrible consequences. Everything you don't do has consequences. And there's also a very large luck factor in the game based on what maps you get, what encounters spawn, what random events happen. So for instance, certain consequences, anything as simple as not looking where you're going could be dire. For instance, you can step on a rusty nail, which has a chance to infect your leg, which will literally kill you within a set amount of turns. Or if you walk around the map for a little while, it will just auto-kill you unless you cut off your leg, which limits your movement speed in the overworld, which means it's difficult to evade enemies on the overworld, which leads to more combat, and combat is very difficult and stressful in this game. You don't generally start with like abilities to heal or healing items. You don't level up in this game. You don't really get stronger necessarily. You can just get more skills and new items. When you save and where you save and how you save is important. So just suffer and die, or don't touch this. Just watch the lore videos, maybe, unless that sounds like a good time to you.
The consequences thing is very apt with this game. Yeah.
But that's where the tension comes from. That's where the horror works with
Yeah.
Fear and Hunger, I think.
That's cool.
I like this theme, but I'm curious where you'll land in this plane.
We'll find out.
I'm just gonna wait for it.
Coming up next is Little Goody Two Shoes, wherein you play an impoverished little orphan girl who is doing basically like menial tasks for people around town to literally survive. She is not paycheck to paycheck, she's literally just being given money by hand and buying food at the end of the day, and that is literally just her life. She dreams of a better, more lavish life, and she is tempted by some ominous presence to make a great sacrifice in order to have a wish of hers granted, which in her case would, of course, be a lavish life wherein she never has to work and toil the way that she does now. So, the way in which you would do this is, well, you've gotta make a nice relationship, and you've got to form close bonds with the other lesbians in town. Can you live with the consequences of making the sacrifice or not making the sacrifice? That's entirely up to you. The game is aesthetically quite gorgeous. As I said, sort of with the soundtrack, it's got this very like 90s magical girl anime meets golden age Disney. Even like the UI is like this is beautifully made. Oh Christ.
I didn't pause it in time, sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't want to really spoil too much about it elsewise, but yeah, it's a beautiful game. I'm not sure what else I can say about mouthwashing that hasn't already been said. Heavy theme of consequences here as well, if that wasn't apparent. We haven't really spoken much about the story, frankly.
No, yeah. Remember to take responsibility, everybody.
Sure. This game haunts me and probably will continue to haunt me. And I think that's probably as intended. Personally, I think they've done a good job working in their message.
Yeah.
Their warnings.
Because I was letting everybody talk, I did want to throw in How Fish Is Made, the game that was mentioned earlier.
I'm so mad I didn't play it before this. I kept meaning to.
That if you can, I would suggest playing How Fish Is Made. Do multiple runs through that game before playing Mouthwashing. You will get something out of it, I can assure you. And I played How Fish Is Made first because one of my friends was really obsessed with it, and experiencing that game and then seeing what it had as like a post-game content thing made me like Mouthwashing even more, because it makes me think that Mouthwashing is a sequel. Which is I don't know, I found it interesting. I'm again trying not to go into too much detail. These are good games to play on your own. I really recommend it. But yeah, How Fish Is Made is really good, and it adds a lot to the narrative of Mouthwashing if you have not played it yet.
Also free, so
yeah,
I'll give it a shot.
Get in there.
How Fish Is Made is free.
It's great. But yes, up next,
Yeah, Homicipher. I I honestly don't think I can really talk about how the theme of consequences plays into this one without like major spoilers. But essentially, this is a linguistics puzzle horror dating sim, um, which just by its premise caught my eye. And um, while initially I thought the linguistics puzzle aspect would just be fun and like a cherry on top of like a sort of theme that I might already enjoy with the horror dating sim, it actually ended up truly feeling like the real meat and potatoes of my enjoyment of the game. Not that the characters aren't fun, but it's it felt really fun and engaging to go through. I was expecting a sort of Mad Libs like important nouns and verbs fill in the blank. But no, it is literally every single word, and there is just a blank slot that you insert what you think the word is into. There's no confirmation on whether you are correct or incorrect. You have to determine based entirely on context clues whether you believe that you know what this means.
Have you played Chance of Stenar?
No.
I might recommend it if this game, if like that aspect of this game was interesting to you. Very similar concept, building a language and like ha- self determining whether your answers are correct. Um, Might be something to look at, but yeah, this. I looked at this and I was doing a little digging into it. It seems pretty neat. Um, did get spooked a couple times just looking through footage from the game. uh, but it seemed pretty cool.
Conventions I am not immune to.
I have to say, I don't know if my threshold is different or not necessarily, but I don't really feel like this game is that scary, personally. It's surprisingly tonally light a lot of the time. It's largely in the setting and aesthetics.
Mhm. It feels like almost by design, also, because the notion of things being scary is the more you understand them, the less scary they are.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it's built to become less scary over time.
Yeah.
It's a good thing for a game to be able to do.
Consequences.
Yeah, how am I going to live with myself after I've done all of that? This is the only way I can cope. Web fishing, what more can I say about it?
I go fish.
Yeah. Um, Cute game. I could probably play it irresponsible amounts of time.
Very fair. It is pretty cute. I I kind of wish I joined everybody from those nights when that was happening, but I was working on stuff like this. Um, but yeah, I think this game is neat from what I've seen. And everybody, thank you for your orders and your payment. Snacks will be delivered.
I will say,
what's up?
True to the award you gave B drops, I think B has the highest percentage of games that I am probably going to dig into at some point among these top 5 lists.
I can't wait for you to tell me about your experience with Fear and Hunger.
I'm going to have a miserable time, I'm sure, but
No,
they are
don't.
fascinating.
I had heard of every game that we had talked about, except Just Grill the Steak and Homicipher. And I think I could live without Just Grill the Steak, sorry, Zara. But Homicipher looks really cool.
I'm gonna buy that steak game. That looks fun, and it's $2.
I bought it's a $2 steak. That's just
That's a $2 steak and $2 pancakes too.
I did buy it while we were having the conversation.
Fantastic. I mean, hey, that's why B Drops got the Damn Somewhere'd You Find This award. So everybody, there's only one more thing we have to do.
There's one more gimmick apparently.
There's one final thing.
Time for the PvP section of our show.
Yeah.
Can I have my slop first?
Yes, you can have your snack slop.
Thank you.
Arguably a weapon.
Perhaps it is. First, everyone, I would like to invite you all to the Hall of Game.
Wow.
Squints.
There's two of them.
I didn't play either of those games this year.
This is a 3-year-old show. I don't know what you want. from us.
Listen. I have to work with
You made a whole hall already?
Yeah, I listen.
People start with like a shack.
Well,
They only have two.
I only had what I
There's
had.
not enough. There's not enough levels on that shelf now that we've got 3 more people.
Don't listen. I'll get a bigger shelf. Okay.
It's okay. I can sit on the floor.
You're not going on the shelf. That's for your award.
Well, it can sit.
You've
on
heard
the
of an
floor.
elf on the shelf. There's bee on his knee.
Jesus. So yes.
Yeah, my neck hurts.
Every year, we decide what is the most game of the year, which we will do this year as well. It's pretty simple, everybody. So
Elden Ring won despite my best efforts. Spider-Man 2 won because it was highly successful and still lost Sony $1 billion.
So we have
Very funny.
a lot of games here. Originally, Multiverses was on this list. Very quickly, not all of these games are released. Some of these games are just announced and at some point were talked about this year. A lot of this is based off of sales numbers, news articles that I found, etc., etc., etc. A lot of these games were very popular this year. Some of them were just talked about. So we don't have to spend too much time on any of these categories. All we're talking about is when
Congratulations, Helldivers 2, for winning.
Stop, no. So when we were looking at these games, it basically comes down to, does any of these particular games give you the most vibe of quote unquote video games? Is this video game emblematic of video games as a whole?
Like affectionately or derogatory?
Both.
Well,
Generally derogatory.
Generally derogatory.
Cool.
Yes.
The most video games of games.
Yes. This is not which game is better. It is which game is the most video game.
Okay.
Yes. So
if you were to take the platonic ideal of video games from this year, which of these games would be closest to it?
Guys, I hate to tell you, look you up from the bottom on the right.
It is on here.
Oh, that was a joke.
It is on
You
here,
have been
and
owned.
chances are it might beat Silent Hill 2, Final Fantasy 7, and Balatro.
I think I already know who my top two are in this.
well,
So how do we get started?
okay, so I'm going to start. These items were seeded at random because I didn't want to pit. I didn't want to think about what games are powerful or not or whatever. I just rolled
Star
some
Wars
dice.
Outlaw versus Marvel Rivals is a little coughing baby versus Hydrogen Bomb.
All right, so we're just gonna start.
Also, you're telling me it randomly put Solar Blade and Black Myth Wukong next to each other?
Yes.
Very funny.
Okay, so we are just going to start with Elden Ring versus Like a Dragon, the Yakuza game that came out.
No, Elden Ring.
Infinite Wealth.
See, I'd move Like a Dragon, but because it's a game. But I think the fact that the Game Awards had to change their rules so DLC was allowed
Ooh.
makes Elden Ring have to move up.
I think I agree.
Yeah.
Only because
Yeah.
it's specifically the DLC that you've put here.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair.
I-
Are there any?
I don't know. I feel like a
counters?
Dragon as a franchise is one of the most video games out there.
But yeah,
But I
I
don't know what I'm fighting for to a certain degree. Like,
I'm gonna put a Protest vote behind Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth because it's infinite and you can't get more than that.
It's fair.
I feel like we're not supposed to be voting for the ones we like more.
Yeah.
Right?
This is not. I will never be voting for things I
It's
like.
not shown, but last year's finale was Baldur's Gate 3 versus Spider-Man 2.
Yes.
So, like, good games are allowed to advance. It's just
But they have the derogatory.
Yeah.
They have
So-
the derogatory title. I fully agree on those two options as finalists. Yeah.
If it does help, Elden Ring sold 5.4 million units post Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. That is all time. That is not just Shadow of the Erdtree. And Like a Dragon sold 1.8 million units, if that sways anybody's opinion. And most recent stories about each game, the Ryuga Gotoku Studios, the people behind Like a Dragon and Yakuza, they're making a lot of games right now. They're developing, I think, 10 plus games at the moment, including like a new fighting game
I
and
have
stuff like
further
that.
arguments for Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, but I'm going to save them for next round because I think this one's decided.
Fair enough. But yes, also
Yeah, I don't.
they're fighting about face. Yeah, a lot of people were complaining about DLC with Elden Ring. I don't know if that makes it feel more like video games or less to anybody. But from what I can hear, it sounds like we are like 3-2 right now. TT, do you have any way you weigh in?
I mean, Elden Ring.
All right. Elden Ring moves.
I don't got a lot of mustard in me to fight that one.
That's super fair.
Not that matchup.
It's not the matchup I'd want to fight either. So yeah, Elden Ring is going to move on to round 2.
Fighting every match except the finale in the first year Elden Ring won handily. I forget what it faced off against in the finale.
I don't remember. I think it just kept winning and everybody was like, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Helldivers 2 versus Tekken 8.
Helldivers 2, 100%.
Battle of... I guess they're online.
They are online. I think Helldivers 2 just was like a huge flash in the pan that everybody joined.
Helldivers 2 is a video game to me is the video game that you put on as a fake video game in a work of fiction.
Wow, that's a strong argument.
That's pretty good.
I can't see it as any other thing.
Game.
Yeah, that's a Drake and Josh. That's a Tony Soprano playing that shit.
If Tekken 8 was like indicative of fighting games bad, like largely bad netcode, I'd maybe argue for it being moved up. But really, it's a relic there.
Yeah,
most fighting games have pretty good netcode nowadays.
It is one of the few bastions of fuck that shit. But fair. I don't.
If Tekken 8 was far enough along to have like more really like off-putting crossover DLC characters, I might give it more credence. But right now, it's only got Clive, whoever that guy is.
Clive.
So,
okay.
I guess Heihachi Mishima won't die, so there's that. That's a very video game. Fighting games will not let their main antagonist die. Challenge.
I think Helldivers 2 takes it there.
That's true.
easy.
Street Fighter also did that.
Yeah, immediately.
So we have
both of them just instantly.
We have Stellar Blade versus Black Myth Wukong. Both of these games were very big.
What do we say about these games?
Yeah, they're two sides of the same coin, aren't they?
I think Stellar Blade takes it because of discourse.
Yeah,
I think Wukong takes it because of the hype machine. It was the opposite of the discourse. Wukong was this like insane product, like insanely hyped product. And it's got a monk.
There are both games that I've mostly heard are like from a gameplay standpoint, fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then just I'm gonna lean.
I think I'm leaning towards Stellar Blade. I've watched John's video on that controversy, and man, the things in that game are inexplicable.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Stellar Blade because I understood the discourse more than whatever the Wukong discourse was. I feel like you had to be more in the weeds for the Wukong discourse, but Stellar Blade was in your face with the
The
we
Black
are
Myth
making our
Wukong
women hot.
discourse is just that the dev was misogynistic, I believe.
And
yeah.
we're gonna say no, I'm not touching it.
Two sides of the same coin.
The same side of the same coin.
If it does matter, in the research I found, most of the discourse about Wukong was about this is finally a game that's not woke. It's about cool shit, and that's it. It's only about cool things. And
it is really just the same side of the same
yes,
coin.
and the discourse about Stellar Blade was this game's finally not woke. It's about hot ladies being hot, and that's it.
I think this is a tie, and they're both eliminated.
Unfortunately, I heard more people say Stellar Blade, so I think it moves.
If I have to pick which flavor of gamer energy is more annoying, I would say Stellar Blade.
I would agree with that, for sure.
Okay. Easy one.
Fucking coffee baby versus hydrogen bomb. No
All right.
powers here.
So, most video
I don't
game
even
of
know
the
how I'm
year:
supposed to differentiate these.
Star Wars Outlaws versus Marvel Rivals.
Is the corporate behemoth, the engine, the
This is
machine.
just Disney versus Disney.
Also, you're telling
Yeah,
me the
yeah.
randomness
Whoa.
paired up the two Disney properties?
It's truly poetic. Also, it really poetic because they are mirrors of how each Disney property has been handled in their cinematic releases. Because Marvel has been a far more competent machine than Star Wars ever has.
Yeah.
But Marvel has been slipping. Is that telling us the future of Marvel Rivals?
For my notes for Star Wars Outlaws, I have sales 1 million units derogatory, and for Marvel Rivals, I have 20 million downloads.
Yeah, they gave us a
It's
cute
free,
Galactica
can't
spray.
compare those.
I know. I just think it's funny.
One is free.
Obviously, Marvel Rivals is moving on here, but
I don't know. I feel like Outlaws is like indicative of video game problems.
Outlaws
like-
is
It has
like
power in its wretchedness.
it's like an Ubisoft open world collecty
yeah.
Yes.
type of deal.
Yeah.
But Marvel Rivals has like the Fortnite skin currency thing.
It also has Fortnite skins.
It's got battle passes. I just shit out my ass. Booted up.
Out your ass?
Marvel Rivals is I'm actually amazed we only have 2 live service games on here.
I tried my best not to put more, is the thing. I didn't want live service to just kill a bunch of games before it died to a game.
Damn, me neither. That's crazy. I
Hey,
wish that wouldn't happen.
I'm fighting out here for the little guys. So, Marvel Rivals moves on. Good job, Marvel Rivals. Congratulations. All right, so other side of the bracket, we have Alan Wake 2 versus Another Crab's Treasure.
Games people
Alan Wake.
liked.
They should both eliminate each other also.
If I had to actually make my pick, it would be Alan Wake 2 over Another Crab's Treasure. As a
I don't
more
get the
video games,
feeling
video
that
games.
either of these are really indicative of gaming.
Yeah.
Alan Wake 2 had a dance number at the Game Awards.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true.
Alan
Yeah.
Wake feels like it's like in spite of not being a gamer thing is thriving.
Yes,
It's kind of insane.
it is.
I don't know why it's here in any venue.
Yeah, does Crab's Treasure get more points by advertising itself as a Souls-like?
A little bit. I think that's where I lean.
I don't know. I feel like Souls
It
like
literally used the word.
dying nowadays.
There's a bunch coming out. I don't think it automatically means like more clones like it used to. My lean is for Alan Wake 2 just because I think it is not successful because of like it is successful because of the characters, but I think it's successful because it's Alan Wake 2, the brand. Does that make sense?
One, we can't have a fucking Hoyo game on here, or else it would sweep because they're making 1 billion of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a league of their own.
I suppose because I've heard a smattering of different opinions. Can I get where everybody's leaning?
AW2.
AW2.
AEW2? They're making another one of those?
Oh yeah.
Fight Forever?
Armored Warfare.
Advance Wars? That's already a game.
Oh wait, they already made more of those. Just kidding. They made a remake of them.
Who else has a vote?
Yeah, who else has a vote?
I guess I'll go. I'm gonna go with Alan Wake on account of it being a franchise.
Okay.
Ah.
Be 4 over. Okay. Alan Wake 2 moves, easy. And that will bring us to Dragon's Dogma versus...
You say easy. That was probably the most...
Yeah, there was discussion,
hard
yes.
one
And I don't agree.
That's fair.
It's the only one I have investment in, suddenly.
Let's see. We have Dragon's Dogma 2 versus Metaphor ReFantasio.
Metaphor ReFantasio was so much a game, it caused the Game Awards to give an award to a JRPG.
Yeah. Look, I don't know much about Metaphor, but it's, like, it is, another one of these Atlas games that feels like, it's another Atlas game, but different. It's got
Have I not
modes.
heard literally anything about this game until right this
You
second?
haven't heard of the Fantasy Persona?
Okay, the thing is, I never know what to do about the indie category anytime we do these every year because I really don't play AAA games, and
That's
like
fair.
every other year when like I hear about like big game awards and they're like, this is our game of the year, and I'm like, I have no idea how I never heard about this. It's always things that you can't escape, like Elden Ring DLC, Final Fantasy Rebirth, and something I haven't seen ever.
Yeah, the homophobic guy making Persona got kicked off into his own team, and this is what he made.
Oh, I was hoping you were
all
going
the
to
best
say
ingredients.
I was really hoping you were about to say that they made this without him. That's...
No, this is his
Yeah.
thing.
This is
his
system.
baby.
It's full of racism.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
no,
Is it?
no.
Yes.
The only thing I heard about this game prior to most of the major shows really was like I like as it was approaching its thing, I heard people instantly complaining that it wasn't getting enough coverage and nobody was gonna buy this game.
That's
and it was never
super
gonna be.
wrong.
It was gonna get buried by all this other bullshit.
Oh, that's so
and
wrong.
Then I proceeded to only hear about people saying this game is awesome without saying anything about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just people describing it sounds like exactly what I would expect an Atlas game that's not Persona to be.
It's wild. I think the game is good. It is fun to play. The like RPG aspect of it.
Well,
But
I don't know if it's
Oh,
homophobic.
boy.
I'm just saying the guy who got blamed for the homophobic stuff in Persona is the one who led it.
Okay, so the guy who led the development of this game has discourse behind him and a track record of some bigotry.
Honestly.
I think this is very game. I think this is very
so video games.
Also, yeah,
This is very
the main
game.
character looks exactly like Naoto.
That does
Yeah.
hurt. That does
Yeah.
hurt a lot.
And Dragon's Dogma is very anti-player. They were forced to patch some of it out, but you used to be able to your pawns could develop a condition where eventually they would explode and kill a whole bunch of
Oh.
NPCs.
Oh, no.
And the recourse is fuck you.
Wait, what?
That's awesome.
I had not heard about that
That's
at all.
so awesome. Well, I just thought it was the
Apparently there's,
Dragon
like,
Madness.
to undo it once.
I thought it was just the Dragon Madness shit.
Oh man.
Because I thought it was like they get infected and then they come back to your world and they're like, "Hey, boss, I'm feeling a little sweaty
Oh, yeah,
right now."
Yeah, the end point of that is that they explode.
Oh, okay. So the way it was described to me is like you go to sleep with your evil minion going, "Yeah, just enjoy a good sleep, boss," and then they kill like everybody around you.
At least, okay, so maybe I'm wrong. I never, I didn't experience this because,
I didn't want a bunch of NPCs to die.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I had heard that they exploded.
I think effectively it's the
believe
same
both
thing.
outcomes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's fair. Metaphor moves on, all good. So this is what I was
Okay,
interested in.
this is a tough one.
This is Silent Hill 2, the remake, versus Concord.
Concord.
Unneeded remakes versus death. versus we made a game and it died because we made bad
Concord is
business
representative of
decisions.
everything about the games industry.
Yeah.
I think I agree.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Silent Hill 2 is just nice.
sorry, Silent Hill 2. You kicked.
If it weren't against Concord, Silent Hill 2 has the argument of, like, the game industry has too many remakes. Oh,
Yeah.
we can also make that about the next category.
Welcome.
It's crazy because Silent Hill 2 and Final Fantasy the remake series are like some of the most justified remakes as far as their
Yeah.
execution.
People were at least calling for them, and the Final Fantasy VII remake appears to be doing something
Just
interesting.
Wait
Well,
until
so does
next year's
Silent Hill 2.
award. Next year's award when we put The Last of Us Part 2, the remake, on.
Oh man!
So,
How is it not here already?
so to open the kimono a little bit, this list was originally 22 games. I had to pare it down. And
Yeah.
Horizon Zero Dawn remaster and The Last of Us remaster were both on the list, and I cut them both because it felt
Oh.
excessive.
Yeah, those are.
But
Yeah, they definitely do feel excessive.
That's the honorary category,
Anyway.
the Skyrim Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yeah.
anyway, so we have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming out January, I believe, and Balatro.
True. I feel like it's got to be Final Fantasy.
I mean,
I don't
they're-
know.
so-
how I do-
Like,
So I have not
Balatro is
played
the
Balatro.
eliminate both.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, I don't think either of them are going
Neither-
to Concord, so
Yeah,
this
that's the
doesn't
thing,
really
none of these
matter.
guys-
But
They have no
like,
future.
I kind of like Balatro for like. So, this is slightly colored by not having played it, but it seems like it distilled the Skinner box flashing lights and colors
Yeah.
one more
Yes.
run machine
But
into just like
It's-
the absolute most
It's
efficient.
also a roguelite, and fucking
Mhm.
game industry is nothing but
However,
roguelites nowadays.
I will say, the developer has said he is not putting any predatory stuff in the game at all, which is as
You're right,
anti-games
that's not
industry as
very
possibly
good. True.
can be.
A singular person who doesn't want to do anything the games industry does.
Yeah.
But it
No
is
loot
also
boxes.
the distilled form of number go up.
It is.
It
It
is.
absolutely
It is.
is. I do.
I
agree
guess-
with
It's
you.
insane how it's large. It contains multitudes.
Is this game more numbers go up, or is it more fuck the game industry?
It is both.
Kind
It
of
is a
both.
contradiction.
Yeah.
I think
It's
it
a
is.
living contradiction.
I think it is more fuck the game industry than number go up.
Okay,
A little bit.
let's look another thing. Final Fantasy VII was a PS exclusive that fucking killed its numbers for a long ass time.
Yeah, it did that to the first one too.
It's true.
Like
Well,
it's just the cycle that these remakes are going through. Balatro also does have a million guest characters. for DLC.
Jesus Christ, it does, doesn't it?
This is the most contentious category, and it's going to die.
It's going to lose.
It is. It is going to lose.
My vote is still Final Fantasy.
I think I'm going Final Fantasy.
Yeah, probably.
The legacy franchise.
Sure.
In 2 ways.
They did my man dirty in ways I don't think literally anyone else cares about.
Which one was your man?
Vincent.
They did do him dirty. Okay, so
I'm utterly unsurprised.
we have a round 2 here. It's pretty.
I'm not sure if I like him in the way that most people like him, and I feel like that sounds insane. But we have to move on anyway.
That's fine.
They don't know him like I know him.
Maybe not. I don't know.
We will have a B drop
might be
soapbox in the future. But for now, back to the top of the list: Elden Ring versus Helldivers 2.
Elden Ring DLC
Yeah.
versus
Elden Ring
Helldivers
DLC.
2.
Oh, you're
Well,
right.
the fact that
Helldivers
it's
2.
DLC.
Previous
The fact
argument
that it's
just
DLC
copy
is
paste.
sort of a bonus in its argument.
I feel like it makes a big difference.
There was someone dressed as a Helldiver at the Game Awards.
Yeah.
It's true.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah. I can't shake what I previously said about Helldivers.
Yeah, I like.
Okay, so
Go ahead, Fiona.
FromSoft spent so much money on making the map of Elden Ring that they had to use it again, and now they are using it a third time. They are making a roguelite out of it because they spent too much money on Elden Ring.
Okay, well, hold up. Also, Night Vale isn't exactly the same map. To be fair,
No, it's in Limgrave. They're using Limgrave in Night Vale.
They are
It's the
using
hub.
they are using Limgrave, but there's stuff out. There's like Dark Souls 1 stuff and stuff in there too. But I think I'm leaning Helldivers 2 because Helldivers 2, like Elden Ring had a successful launch. A bunch of people played it. People got mad at the boss. That happens. Helldivers 2 had a really successful launch and then said, hey, all you countries, you're not allowed to play this video game. Also, everybody over here, get a PlayStation account.
Yeah.
What's more video games than that?
Yeah.
Sign up for my service, please.
Good point.
Good job. I think Helldivers takes that. Yeah.
I think that's...
Yeah.
Listen, I think
I forgot about that.
finalist, actually.
I'll
Christ.
never forget. All right, Rivals versus Stellar Blade.
Stellar Blade.
Stellar Blade. Okay.
I accept Marvel Rivals might be on next year's list and win that list. Marvel Rivals has not. We need to ferment this game a little longer to make it more game.
Okay, we
It's
gotta.
too fresh.
Yeah.
It's too
Too,
fresh.
it hasn't started to rot yet.
We have to cook this one a little longer. Okay, Stellar Blade moves
Game wine.
to the semis. All right. All right. Next up, we have Alan Wake 2 versus
I'm
Ameti 4.
sorry, Alan Wake 2, but you barely passed your first round.
I don't think you should be here.
Misogyny wins again.
That's the theme, isn't it?
Good.
At least
Sorry,
half of
women.
the theme.
Good job, misogyny. I guess.
Sorry, women.
I am sorry, women.
Sonic the Hedgehog striking
When's
again.
Concord wins, Metaphor is probably the best game on this list.
So we have Concord versus Final Fantasy 7.
The
Can
story of
anyone make an
Concord is just
argument
so...
against Concord winning?
I don't know if not playing it is a better or worse argument. Did anyone here touch this game?
I did.
No.
Of course you did. Anyone else?
Why does everybody
in
just
the year
kills
where studios laid off so many people, the game itself that got laid off just feels like a totem.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care what anybody says. Actually,
I think that might be the thing that makes that shit win the entire tournament.
Speaking of, fucking that guy who was actually just the CEO of a nonprofit, it turns out.
Oh,
Driven
yeah.
by Tencent.
Yeah. I remember that guy. All right.
Fuck you, Game Awards.
Let's finish this up. So Helldivers versus Stellar Blade. We have controversy over nakedness versus very popular and controversy over access and loot boxes.
Oh, well, yeah, then Helldivers too.
But I guess Concord also sort of represents the fucking constant Gamergate 2 Discord.
It's true.
Yeah.
All right. Is there any for Stellar Blade, or is it safe from most game of the year? Sounds like it.
It's just not.
Yeah, I think
I don't think anything about it is remarkable enough to carry it any further.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
Fair enough.
I feel like the most game of the year will. It's got to be something that we're gonna remember next year when we do this.
That's fair. That's super fair. So we have Concord and Metaphor as our last semi. So Metaphor is ostensibly a good game. It is a game that is couched
I see
in.
a lot of people talk about it positively.
That's true.
Yeah.
I said ostensibly. The mechanics and everything are supposed to be fun. It is also a game about going to debate people in the square and make them believe. One of your stats is tolerance, so you have to tolerate the other races.
I'm sorry, I'm
What's
completely.
Metaphor's sales figures?
Metaphor's sales figures. I mean, to compare them against Concord's very funny, but so Metaphor as of around this time of December, last time it was tracked was about 1 million units sold. Using my business dev account, I was able to get the numbers a little more accurately, which was 1.85 million sold, which is pretty good for a very new game at the end of the year.
yeah.
It's sold good numbers. Again, people are very receptive to it. It has interesting stuff in it, and the party members, when they're not talking about race, can be cool, well written. So then we have Concord.
One of the party members does have negatives.
Yes, it's true. Then we have Concord, which ultimately, after the forcible refunds were shown at a sales of 0.
Yeah. To refund it.
Oh no, they didn't have. It's not that they just had to. They made you, so they gave you back your money.
You are not allowed to keep Concord.
If you have a physical copy,
You do not own Concord.
even if you have a physical copy, it doesn't do anything. So game came out a week later. It was not out anymore. The game has been taken down.
Really, it is also representative of the always online games dying and being gone forever.
But a
True.
speed run.
Yes.
Yeah.
This Concord is truly the anti-Marvel Rivals in that
It's like what's that?
Mhm.
What's the term? Like one of those fucking things with like a half-life of like. Fucking...
Jesus. That's incredibly fair. I don't know the term, but it did not live very long. It is notable that Concord does still survive to this day. There is Concord media that we can all still experience.
Oh yeah, in the secret level.
In the form of the secret level animation show that they had already paid for.
Concord wins.
Oh man.
I keep forgetting that secret level exists.
Hey, you want to watch it with me? I'm going to show it every at the end of each week next year.
Maybe.
It'll be a great time.
It might.
Also notable. I'm gonna move Concord forward. But
Yeah, Pac-Man roguelite. That's
yeah.
or Metroidvania.
all right, so Concord versus Helldivers.
Okay, this is two sides of the same coin.
I'm gonna make these big.
Well, Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're two very different.
Two different sides of the same goddamn
Two
coin.
different fates.
Both of these games received criticism for being like woke, didn't they?
Which
No.
way
Hell,
live service shooter?
so Concord did because it was
Oh, I was thinking of Subnautica, maybe?
yes, Concord has a
No,
Okay.
Helldivers 2 did get controversy for being woke.
Oh, God,
One
of
of their
course, okay.
community managers was harassed out of her job.
well,
for
okay,
it.
but so yes, that story I did fine, but the game itself was lauded because it was a bunch of hyper patriotism that is
Starship
not
Troopers.
Right, I'm
People
doing
don't
my
know how
part.
to
Yeah.
There
do
were
that.
certainly people
Yeah.
who fell for that, but a lot of it was like, especially once the Helldivers 2 Discord like started banning those people en masse, it
Yeah.
became another front in Gamergate 2.
Yes, that did happen. Like shortly after they said sorry about the PS2 shit. This was when the game master of Helldivers 2 was also trying to get people re-excited about the game and not succeeding.
Also, I'm looking at these people on the Concord like screen thing, and I've never seen any of them.
You haven't seen Starchild?
Which one is that?
That's the big guy with the red head.
No.
Isn't that?
Not who I expected.
Yeah, I thought Starchild was gonna be the one in front.
I'm going
Yeah.
to take a small hint that is just one of the problems here.
Yes, Concord had a bunch of problems with people didn't like the character designs. They thought they were all very bad. And also, people thought that the skins were all kind of shitty, and nobody knew who these people were.
It was also
Mhm.
it was also an Overwatch that you had to pay money for.
Yes, you did have
And
to pay
like,
money for it.
probably didn't help them that like, didn't Deadlock come out like basically around the same time that this was supposed to?
No, it came out shortly after, but because it
Right.
was free and you could just invite your friends, people thought it was like a little secret club where you can join you can like, oh, I'm in the Deadlock thing. And
To be fair, free like closed beta for Deadlock was before Concord.
yes, I thought it was after, but I might have to go. Look
No,
at my notes again.
Open was after.
Oh, the open was after. Okay, cool.
So this thing, because I saw a lot of people comparing them.
Mhm.
So like Concord comes out, and meanwhile there's like, well, you can wait a little longer and get this thing that has actually cool looking characters.
It depends on what you think is cool. I like the Conquer character designs actually, a whole bunch of them.
Right, but I mean that's
I
the way.
like the character designs in everything except the game.
Yeah,
the game
that was
did
the art
all of those
directions.
character designs so dirty.
It did.
It's crazy.
The thing that the designs reminded me of most is like a live action adaptation of a comic book,
Yeah.
where like shit that looks cool, like in a cartoon, or drawn very stylized, and then they're trying to like make it realistic, and it just kind of falls apart.
Yep.
If they had a more like Fortnite-y or Overwatchy style,
Shout
I
out
think
to
it would
Modok.
have worked better immediately.
If nobody's seen it, there's also some concept art for Concord, which featured like a more 80s like mod style of like direction for the art, which looked a lot cooler, and then that did not translate to the game.
Concord also feels like it was built to have a cell shading filter above it at all times.
That was
and they just
common
ripped that
thing.
out in favor of realism.
That was a common thing that was suggested.
Yeah.
Yes. Overall, just kind of getting a temperature reading on like what of all the stories I found about this game and Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 had more positive press just because so many people were playing it for so long, and there was a giant push for everyone to come together and fight the aliens, blah, 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 blah.
It's also a decent representation of a very popular genre this year of four chuckle fucks trying to survive.
Right. And Concord had only negative press, but it had, how do I put this? the highs of Concord's negativity kind of overtook the consistency of Helldiver's high, if that makes sense. Um,
It's a deeper valley than a Helldiver's Peak.
yes. So
Yeah.
my like Pio's point of this being a sort of representation of a game being laid off, much like all its creators. And hey, guess what? All the people at Firewalk, the people who made this game, also did get let go. So
Yeah,
Wow.
that's a
Good
very
thought.
strong argument for moot. Fucking, hey, let's not be Jeff Keighley. Fucking video game companies are laying people off en masse, even for successful games, and that fucking sucks. Like, 90% of the Game Awards Game of the Year ones were companies that have laid people off.
yep.
Hey,
With,
it
like-
sucks, and to additionally not be Jeff Keighley, we know why. It's because the people up top want to make more money.
It's true.
Yeah,
We just don't know what's causing it.
Yeah, the active confusion that he had to
Also,
sell.
I
What can we do with
refuse
this?
to say that next year is going to be the best year for gaming because it's probably going to get worse.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. So, I think
Can't wait for
Concord.
the Switch 2.
It's the one we've spent this entire discussion talking about.
that's fair. Shakes, I do understand the push for Helldivers. I really do.
I understand both of these is the thing. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like Helldivers, if only because it exists.
I know. And
One of these games exists, but I think
In
the
a
one not
very literal
existing winning
sense.
is funny.
In a very
I kinda
literal
want-
sense, it is more of a video game.
but we're not voting on we're not voting on existence.
It is more than 0% video.
We're voting on what
The
percent.
candle that burns twice as bright burns twice as fast. Concord was a video game for a very short amount of time.
Yeah, talk
but
about
it
a flash
was
in the
so
pan.
much video game during that time.
Hey, you know
And
what?
this room is still full of video game smoke.
I did say that Helldivers was like a big flash in the pan game. It was not a bigger flash in the pan than Concord. My vote is full Concord.
That pan, it was only the pan. Concord was just a pan.
What game do I think people remember in 5 years? I'm going to remember Concord because I already
Yeah,
kind of forgot Helldivers.
I think Helldivers will be forgotten about except by like 1,000 people who are still playing it consistently in 5 years. I think
Concord's going to be a punchline forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Concord's gonna be a punchline for a
You think
long ass
Fiona,
time.
to
Concord's
that
gonna
point-
get the ET for the Atari treatment. The legend.
The legend. If only physical copies were still a thing. Though I will say, Fiona, your description really isn't that the most video games of all, though? 1,000 people still playing some fucking game after 10 years.
Well then fucking let's nominate Ultima Online for this list.
We won't.
City of Heroes,
Didn't make the
best
bracket.
video game of 2025.
Listen, it could have won in its
Don't
own
put
year.
don't put that in front of Shakes.
Okay.
I won't accept that.
I have heard mostly Concord, so I'm
It's
that
still
is
funny.
that's where I think we're gonna go. But
Yeah,
And here accepting the award on their behalf is nobody.
they did all lose their
We're just
jobs.
gonna throw this award in the garbage. Actually, I don't know why we made it.
Considering next year's award
don't think
show,
it's a
we get
good
to
award.
see Concord on the wall and have another laugh.
Yeah, I'm gonna see it, and I'm gonna go, wow. We sure did.
There it is.
We did it.
You should
But
just
we
put
don't
it
have
in a.
Boca on it.
You should put it in a little garbage can at the bottom of the wall.
turn it grayscale and
off.
hang the little black ribbon across the top of it.
Yeah.
Who can say?
Oh my god. Okay.
Rest in peace, Concord. Big Boss saluting at its grave.
You never learn.
2024 to 2024.
So first,
Helldivers could be on the most game of the year list next year. Concord won't be.
Wime, I've never
You should
heard.
have it
Wime, I've never
tilted and
heard of that
held
book.
out his palm.
Like, it's really like so American centric of you to
Well.
think I'd heard of it.
No, we can't do Twitter discourse more.
Okay, everybody.
Y'all ever went to school? It's crazy.
It's pretty. Oh, I brought the concession stand with me.
Oh yeah! Now we can
Concession
Open
credit
season.
here.
I didn't
we
mean
can
to.
eat our slop in front of the art as God
Yum.
intended.
Delicious.
We can admire Concord.
Oh,
Well,
TT's
we've been
huge.
transformed into.
We're all
Transmogrified. TT, whoa.
Yeah, TT absorbed
Back
all
up.
of the goop in the concessions. Put that
Winston
back.
is also huge. She's just covered by the concession stand, so you can't
He's
see
hiding.
it.
Burn from whence you've come.
I'm melting.
All right, everybody. So hey, thank you for joining us for the game for this year's.
He's out right now. You have a cowboy hat.
I do. I thought it was cool for Fallout. So hey, thank you for joining us for the Game Awards this year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this was supposed to work a little better. There was supposed to be an illusion where I drew everybody kind of small and squat because the hall's very big, but it didn't work.
You all enjoyed your 6-hour stream.
We talked a bunch about stuff.
Have you heard about mouthwashing?
I have. I'm gonna
No,
go
tell
back.
me more.
I'm gonna go back behind here.
Okay, well, it's this game. You can get it for about $15, I assume, on Steam. I don't remember.
Probably all.
Okay. What a steal.
Is he gone? Did he leave?
I'm still here. I'm just behind the counter now.
He was camouflaged with the candy.
Why'd you lie to me then?
Mouthwashing is $12 on Steam.
Oh my god.
$12. $12 to damage your psyche for the rest of your life. I think that's a steal.
It certainly is. Hey everybody.
And yeah,
Thanks
be
for
artistic
watching.
and beautiful. You don't even have to go to like 4chan or something.
Back then, you had to do LSD for that deal.
Yeah.
Folks out there, I want to thank you for joining us for this year's Game of the Year Awards. It's been a blast. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope I hope you got to hear about some games you might not have heard about. For now, we're all gonna say goodnight. Say goodnight, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
And everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
I'm glad we all know each other.
Please enjoy these credits and have a good evening.